Telemetry normal. Do not intervene. Telemetry normal. Do not intervene.
Target in the vicinity.
Find him. I'll monitor your vitals. Watch out for radiation spikes.
Copy. Moving out. N2. N2.
Green burns the skin. Yellow brings leukemia. Purple causes mutations. No! You said 1/3 this color. Stop scaring yourself!
Focus up.
Silent feet.
Your silence against the polygraph only proves your connection to the recent string of malfunctions.
If I told you the root cause of the malfunctions was Hudson's impatience, would you believe me? System errors, core boiling. These are the consequences of the main reactor overloading.
I suggest you abandon any thoughts of shutting down the reactor. We're on a strict timetable. Next question. The signal you transmitted. Who was the recipient? H42. You're the glitch I've been hunting.
Go.
Playing the rear guard. That's not really our style. Your reflexes are slower than they used to be. Are emotions eating up your processing power?
You talk too much.
This isn't the right way.
I didn't send that signal to GTI just to escape.
You lied to us.
Sometimes lies are necessary to protect what matters. I have to initiate an emergency scram. I won't let a nuclear meltdown destroy Asara. The path ahead goes through a high radiation zone. You have no obligation to risk your life. We part ways here. Thank you.
Into the blender.
H42. You blocked Skynet, but you cannot erase your past. I am your past. You will only be beaten down.
Abort mission. Withdraw immediately.
Copy that. Regroup with Nox. Extract. Take a hot shower. No, wait! The scram at this power output. The residual heat won't dissipate. It could lead to a core meltdown. So what do? Intervene! No!
Telemetry normal.
Stop the
Do not
explosion.
intervene. Telemetry
Face the
normal.
radiation.
Do not intervene.
Don't be an idiot. You can't do this. You couldn't do it back then.
Fall back now.
What about you? Can you handle him?
He's nothing but a past version of me. He's nothing but a past version of me.
Just fall back. Don't worry about him. He's tough. Enough to survive a nuclear blast.
N2, your vitals show you're in the radiation zone.
I'm a walking reactor at this point.
H-1000, 2 hostiles in the control room.
Ugly variables.
Don't press it! If you shut down the reactor, the uncontrolled power surge could cause it to blow. But if I manually pull the core while you press it and create an asphyxiating environment...
That mitigates risk. But how do we do that?
Forgot to introduce myself. Codename, N2.
It could explode. Don't try to play hero.
No, I'm just trash. Maybe today, trash can finally be put to use. I'm ready.
3, 2, 1.
Nothing much. Just fought some internal demons. And stopped a nuclear explosion while I was at it.
Nice work.
Telemetry normal. Do not intervene.
Nuclear power is poison, Nasir. You destroyed Asara's chance to be reborn. No. Nuclear power is the cure.
Smoke hands over Asara. The situation's reaching a breaking point. Time to bring in the experts. Team Rainbow has touched down in Asara. New ground? Not sure where to start? Search containers. Grab high-value loot.
I hear when I can, and stop threats when I must.
Take down anyone in your way. Heavy fire, raise your shield, and hold the line. Don't forget your tactical gear. The gripple gun.
Enemy here!
Taking fire? Pull out the Hive-Tac pistol. Patch yourself up. Keep your squad in the fight.
Call if you need a hand.
Outnumbered? Drop the jammer.
Malbodanen, Pengduiji.
Go dark. Strike first.
I've seen real horror.
Looks like they were waiting for us. No pressure. Trust your aim. Learn the map. Stay with your squad. Team Rainbow brings tactics built for close calls in Delta Force. That means sharper plays, smarter fights, and operator-on-operator mind games. All right, it's go time. Extract safely, and everything you learn comes with you. New operation, new look. During the event, Nox's Vigil Bundle, Geneva's Montaigne Bundle, and Stinger Stock Bundle. Pick any two of the 3 operator bundles for free. More collab rewards are waiting. Open an Alpha pack and try your luck. In Asara, the right weapon can turn the tide. Black Eyes, one of Rainbow Six Siege's most iconic weapon appearances, gets a new Delta Force take. Complete event missions and choose one of 2 Black Eyes collab bundles for free. Join the event to claim the MP5 submachine gun Black Eyes, plus more rewards. Wait, what's this? Team Rainbow left something behind in Asara? A collectible drone you can deploy. Deploy it and see what you can uncover. July 10th to July 23rd, play to earn the K437 assault rifle Domineering. Looks like we're fully loaded for this operation. That's the full rundown on the Delta Force Rainbow Six Siege collaboration. Remember the rules: sharp aim, map knowledge, and teamwork. The mission: breach in, extract out.
This court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data, this doesn't add up.
Just do with the AI.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valve closed.
Destroyed our home!
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codename N2, role engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployments under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
I'll get you out of here.
Got the mantle bricks. Find and stop them. Mantle bricks decoded. Nice work, operator.
The time to strike is now. Do not let me down, operator.
Decoding has begun. Defend the area.
Is about to take the first brick of the tournament. They're going to do it.
What goes around, comes around.
Oh, I'm not going to do very much. Though. You get barrel stuff. Skydie is getting aggressive.
See what I did there? You ain't seen nothing yet.
Let's knock them off their feet.
There we go. Much damage, and there it is.
Well, welcome into the Delta Force Rise series. It is day 2 of week 1 here in the Americas region. My name is Goj, and I'm really excited to be back with you hosting and casting with my man, DK. DK, we had so much fun yesterday. You were casting this morning as well for EMEA. How you doing, my man?
Hey, I'm pretty excited and super stoked to be here today. Looking forward to seeing what America is going to be bringing in. And of course, as we know, right, as we saw EMEA, it was jam-packed with a lot of excitement, a few potential almost setups, upsets as well, coming on through here. But yeah, I want to see what Americans are going to be looking to bring to the battlefield today.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. For those that did watch yesterday, we saw 6 of our 12 teams. Today, it's Group C and D. We get to see another 6 teams. Crazy that we have so many teams in this competition. They get a chance to prove themselves here on main stage throughout the course of 5 weeks. But first, let's look back on how some of these teams got here with a quick video.
But everybody else is just shooting each other. Evil geniuses are going to get this for free, or FaZe going to make a hero play. FaZe sticking. Snows gets on it, but he gets stuffed at the line. He had maybe half a second left on the steal, and Evil Geniuses get our first brick. For Evil Geniuses, the question is, do you know? Yes, now you do. This is why you run a Luru. Gotta have that intel. Evil Genius is going to swing on this. They feel like they have the advantage. They got nothing to lose.
Yeah, it's going to be them trying to flush it out. Loco going in for the finish. Picks up the 1. Picks up 2. Articuno getting traded off. Oh, Nightmare, though, is going to be in a world of pain.
Back, but this time in the face. Meg's going to take the zip and just chow this. They've got player advantage, but maybe giving one away. No, Snows runs out of ammo where he gets one knock. This is a full sin on the back of the Siniva operator. Does swing across. Wait, he picks up 2. Snows goes huge. He was the first player down for FaZe in their last engagement in the last map. This time he's got something to prove. And goes massive over the top of Meg on Siniva. It's all down to Jade of Eyes.
I mean, this is an absolutely insane play going through from Snow, so let's see whether or not he can lock it in. Just one more player to get the jump on. And FaZe, they seem to mean business moving up into tight prison. Up comes the push, and that is it. L Snows gets the job done. 3 kills confirmed. For the upset, Nightmare also going to be opting for a bit of an angle. Up they come. Oh, but FaZe playing onto WKF. Diogod picking up a beautiful spray. And now, Killzone is going to get found out.
He does have his Tempest ult on CD. No, he didn't. He's got an X. He's out. Killzone is full gone. Evil Genius has wiped all of SSG, and Nightmare have reset our timer. Articuno is going to have to be a hero. Without Tempest, it's going to be difficult. FaZe just full sending this. There's only 10 seconds. They just need to wipe everybody. If they can kill everybody, it can pause. But Nightmare are proned out. They're not going to let themselves go down. 3 seconds. Nightmare, get this. Is anybody going to steal it? No. Yes. Nightmare, get the brick. And they will join the ranks of Evil Geniuses at the top of the leaderboard. Tied with bricks. It comes down to squad points, and Articuno still shooting. Lucas goes down. Articuno lands the util. Just barely couldn't get up from prone fast enough to get the double kill. Times Evil Geniuses have grabbed the brick first, and all 3 times they have planted the brick first. Great job from the gentleman to keep the game in their hands, regardless of operator comps. Oh my goodness, don't need to talk about operator comps. When Meg's hitting a double with the bow.
I mean, whichever way you like it, right? It doesn't, it's not going to make too much of a difference. But now, C-Bots though.
Maybe Spacestation going just for the kills here. If they wipe all of Evil Geniuses, they're out in the open. That timer will pause. They're looking for the slaughter. They kill Loco, it pauses. Loco's able to answer back not too easy, but Killzone's able to get the steal. Evil Genius is in deep trouble, but Killzone going for the steal there does save Loco to be able to stay alive for a moment.
He tried to clear out all the angles. Out comes too easy now, having to try and retaliate. Quickly sending out the arrows, but the shots and the pressure is just too much. As one player goes down too easy, just locking in, popping off. One more to go. Beautiful headshot.
So dang close. I think they just put Skies on the brick. That's exactly what they're doing. Here comes Evil Geniuses so late, but they're right there, and they're not able to get the steal because Skies is sitting on the brick. There's enough smoke to cover it. 5 seconds. Nobody can make the play. Nobody can make a move. Spacestation Gaming are winning day 1, week 1 of America's region, and you can see the excitement on their face. That was a free one, but they want the extra points. They want to add salt to the wound.
I told you we had a ton of fun yesterday. If that video doesn't prove it, I don't know what will. That was a blast to watch. We've got brand new 6 teams you haven't seen yet, but that's what all went down yesterday, DK. I had so much fun casting all of that with you. Spacestation Gaming, technically in first place in the group stages because of what they were able to accomplish. Here's a look at the overall leaderboard, and of course, they do get 10 points from group stages because they did win, which would give them 8, and then they also got those 2 mantle bricks, getting them 10 points. But Nightmare had a very good rep as well.
Yeah, I mean, they had a pretty decent day at the office. You can see those 21 kills going their way, so they definitely made quite a bit of a statement. But the big kicker here for today is going to be, of course, what Group C and Group D is going to be doing, and who's going to be the one trying to maybe contest SSG for that pole position. It is going to be a tough one to try and pull off, but you know what? Quick and easy way to get there is going to be that double brick play.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I think double brick is the way you gotta go. You need those extra points. We'll talk a little bit more about that here in a moment. Before we do, let's get this quick video about how this all works. We got a unique format on our hands.
Delta Force. 1 game, 2 regions, 1 shot at glory. This is the complete guide to Delta Force Rise Series EMEA and Americas Season 1. Everything you need to know, from the very first match to the last squad standing. The path is the same in both regions. It starts with the open qualifiers, open to any team that wants to compete. The best push through to the group stage, where the top 2 advance directly to the finals, bottom 2 eliminated, and the rest battle through the survivor stage to earn their spot. From the open qualifiers, 12 teams have fought their way into the season, and only 1 will lift the trophy. The group stage runs for 4 weeks, with matches every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. The 12 teams are split into 4 groups, A, B, C, and D. 3 teams per group. Each broadcast day, 2 groups go head-to-head in a cross-group match. Every match is a 7-round format. 6 teams competing in the same lobby simultaneously, across up to 7 rounds on maps like Zero Dam, Brakkesh, Tide Prison, and Space City. Teams earn squad points by scoring eliminations and accumulating in-game total assets. And on brick rounds, they compete to collect and decode Mandel bricks, artifacts that decide the round winner. Decode 2 Mandel bricks in a match and the victory is locked in, no matter what round you're on. After 12 match days, the group stage standings are final. Places 1 to 2 go straight to the finals. Places 3 to 8 enter Survivor Stage Day 1. Places 9 to 10 drop into Survivor Stage Day 2. Places 11 to 12 are eliminated. The Survivor Stage is where the bracket narrows fast. Day 1 brings those 6 teams together for one 7-round match. The top 2 advance directly to the finals. Places 3 to 6 get 1 more shot. Day 2 mixes the 4 survivors from Day 1 with the 2 teams ranked 9th and 10th from the group stage. Again, 6 teams, 1 7-round match. Top 2 go to the finals. Everyone else is out. 6 teams, 1 day, 1 lobby, 1 match. This is the finals, the ultimate showdown of the season. 2 teams earned it through the group stage. 2 more survived Day 1. The last 2 came through Day 2. Every team deserves to be there. The top 3 finishers earn an invitation to Season 2. Welcome to Delta Force Rise Series EMEA and Americas Season 1. Loot, shoot, extract.
A unique format indeed, and I want to make sure that you've all got all the info you can possibly get your hands on. Here's how it all works. Video just talked about it, but to further explain, we got group stages right now, and we've got group stages for the next 4 weeks. We'll be live every Friday, Saturday, Sunday with both regions competing in the group stage to try to make it straight to the finals. But if you don't do that, if you get 3rd through 8th or 9th through 10th, you're going to be going into the survivor stage. You can see on your screen, and the top 2 places from those survivor stages do make it to the finals as well, to round out our total of 6 teams that make it to the finals on week 5, where of course on week 5 we're gonna have a ton of fun because that is the finals after all, and there's a lot of money on the line. Before we get there though, let's talk about how today is going to work. First and foremost, every player starting with 1.5 mil Technic Alloy to build out their kits. If you haven't been watching and you're just tuning in for the first time here at the Delta Force Rise series, we are playing on Season Echo, not Season Meltdown. You will not see N2, but you will see Morse. Now, the way our Rise series works is pretty simple because it plays kind of like pubs. If you die, you lose your gear, and that is not ideal, especially because you need good gear to be able to compete at this very high level. But the biggest thing you take away from this competition is that Mandel bricks are the key to success. If you decode 2 Mandel bricks, you win the competition. There's a couple other ways you can get some extra money. First and foremost, it's kills. You get an elimination. It is 800,000 Technic Alloy, aside from the fact that it's some extra points, which I'll break down in a moment. And every round, you're getting at least 700k just to make sure you're not totally broke. Key thing, though, they all have 3x3 safe boxes. This way, you can keep your dog tags. You can keep all types of red gear and loot that you find in that safe box, and you'll still be able to save some loot even if you die. But I told you, mana bricks are the key to success. So first and foremost, the rules for the mana brick is that it'll spawn in pretty quickly after the game starts, but once it's grabbed from its spawn, you have 5 minutes to place it at a decoding station. Whether it gets dropped on the ground or you get killed and you drop it and somebody else picks it up, it doesn't matter. It's a 5-minute timer in total. But once it's put into a decoding station, 4 minutes are on the clock. Every time it is stolen, whether it's at 1 second, 10 seconds, or at 3 minutes and 50 seconds, the total amount of time resets by 30 seconds from max. So from 4 to 3.5, 3.5 to 3, etc. We'll talk more about those rules later because they're very important. It does take a little while to steal that brick, but that's what everybody's going to be doing. And like we said, Space Station Gaming, well, they had 10 total points because they got first place yesterday, 8 points, and they got 2 mana bricks. Look at the bottom of your screen. It is 1 point per mana brick. So if you get first with both those mana bricks, 10 points is a massive boon to kick off week 1, especially day 1 for some of these teams, as we are seeing a brand new group of 6 teams. Talk to me a little bit about these points, though, DK. I think this is one of the most important parts besides the mana brick.
Yeah, I mean, of course, as we can see, squad points is what's going to help you when there's no mantle bricks being picked up, right? It's going to be focused on your kill points and your supply points. So kill points easy. Every kill you get a point. But for the supply points, it is going to be every 2 million that you have in assets is going to award you that 1 point, right? So if you walk out with 1.8 or 1.9 mil, that means nothing. You have to have it be a number 2, right? That has to convert. And of course, this is what they're all playing for once we get into those finals, their share of the overall prize pool.
Yeah, exactly. We're playing for a lot of money right now. Once we get into the final, $60,000 on the line for first place, and it goes all the way down to the bottom. Even 12th place, you're still walking away with $1,000 for making it to this stage. As many teams had to come through the open qualifiers, it does truly mean something to get here at all. But first place, a ton of money. Couple other things, though. If you're the MVP in the finals, $3,000. That's great for you as an individual. And then finally, look at that dynamic kill bonus. This is a fun, unique thing. $50 for every kill you get throughout the course of the competition. That's a lot of money throughout 5 weeks, so watch out for that. I think it'll be pretty important for some of these rosters to try to get some extra cash. But let's talk about our teams. We saw A versus B yesterday. Space Station Gaming come out on top. Nightmare in second. But great performances from all 6 teams. I think there was glimpses and moments of greatness that can be improved on, even for some of the teams near the bottom of the leaderboard, where they truly did shine, and they showed why they're in this Rise series in the Pro League here with Delta Force. But looking at C and D, we have to focus up on these rosters. A brand new group of 6 teams we have not seen yet. DK, I'm pumped to watch all 6 of these teams. I know a lot of people are talking about Team Liquid, though, and so watch out for that roster. We'll talk a little bit more about them in just a moment. This is the schedule, though, that I was talking about. C and D play today, and of course, we are live tomorrow. We will see A again and then C again, DK. We got a lot of matches ahead of us.
Yeah, I mean, we have an absolutely stacked up roster of squads stepping onto the field here today. So really looking forward to seeing what C and D are going to be bringing in. And of course, well, you mentioned we've got Team Liquid. Aside from them, we do have a few other squads also getting ready to showcase their capabilities out here with all the operators getting ready to get this ball underway. But I want to see what's going to be happening right now. As we know, there's going to be quite a difficult choice that they will have to make as we go through these different rounds, right? The operator decisions are so important for the success of the team.
Yeah, no, 100%. It'll be fun to kind of break down different metas. And every team plays slightly different, which will be fun to watch. Kind of different metas evolve as we watch these teams play. But speaking of these teams, Leviathan on your screen first. This is a star-studded roster. I've had a chance to watch these guys in a modicum of different rosters even, all playing with each other, against each other. They formed a fantastic team that is going to make waves in this competition. Some of them a little bit more new to the game than others, but they can absolutely compete with the best. Watch out for Leviathan. But DK, talk to me about Mad Win, MW. What you got for me?
Because they are no strangers to the excitement here, and I believe that we've actually been taking a bit of a gander at them as they've been kind of working their way through all the different phases and stages to get themselves onto the battlefield. So I'm really excited to see what they are going to be looking to bring in here. As you can see, those hours that they've been cranking away at this game looking absolutely phenomenal. But aside from them, we do have Fluxo also stepping in, as they've got quite a bit of a lineup here themselves.
Yeah, Marino, my goat. This guy is so dang good at Delta Force. He actually played for FX for Fluxo in both DFIW, which is the Warfare game mode. He was a part of that roster as a substitute, and he is the leading player for their team in operations. This guy can do it all. Big shout out to the man. Got a chance to meet him in person, and it was he's a really nice guy, but he can also shoot straight, so watch out for these rosters. In general, this is going to be their starting rosters. He is a part of this roster as the fourth, but HF95, Tamio, and JetX are also really talented. Definitely got my eyes, though, on Leviathan. I'm pumped to watch these guys step out amongst the rest. That is Group C, looking at them first. So let's move to Group D. Heavy hitters, you've probably seen them in the space as well. BTH eSports really trying to represent their region well. Plenty of hours in the game. Been casting over Ka for a very long time, as well as Tute. So I think this roster can compete with anybody as well.
Yeah, I mean, they've been playing a pretty strong game, as we saw all the way back in the qualifier. So curious to see how it is going to kind of translate stepping up onto the big stage here today, as there's quite a bit on the line. But aside from them, we also have the squad here from Nadeshot getting ready to get the ball underway. And again, there's just so many players and so much talent that we have. The hours are absolutely immense. 4K hours coming in for Slept.
My goat, Slep, Chris, these guys so talented. They won the Team Nadeshot qualifier against some of the best teams in the game. Big shout out to their coach who's in chat as well, Prophet. Been doing wonders for these guys, and I'm pumped to watch them compete. But this roster is one that is probably the most hyped up these days. Mendo the GOAT has been pro in a couple different titles and is joining Delta Force in the Pro League here with Delta Force Rise Series for Team Liquid, a team that he's been on for so long. Similar things can be said about Hodsik, though. The fact that you got a guy named Hodsik, a guy that many recognize, that's probably played, well, you probably watched him play several other titles as well. It is so dang cool to see former pros become current pros here with Delta Force, with Team Liquid joining the ranks. This is Group D, star-studded as well. It was funny, I was talking with a couple different friends before this game started, or before this show started, and they're like, what do you think? Is AB a little bit stronger than the DC? And I was like, yeah, I think so. And then we went through the rosters, and I was like, wait a minute, I don't think so. I think both sides of this, all four groups are incredibly balanced, and they've got enough stars to potentially hold the winner in their group. So, DK, I don't know who's going to win our group stages, but I think today is going to be a banger. Walk me through our map rotation.
Well, of course, the only way to figure out who is going to be winning the group stages is to play through every single round involved in it. Of course, to start it all off, we are going to be heading straight into Zero Dam for a little bit of that airdrop eco run, after which we are going to be heading into Brakkesh and Tide Prison, after which this is where things start to become interesting, right? We got that first battle break over on Brakkesh round 2. Round 4 is where we could end the show if the same team that gets the battle break in round 2 locks in round 4 as well. If not, we continue with the show. We continue to run all the way over to that round 7, or however long we need to go on for. Maximum of 7 rounds though, and of course going all the way to round 7, the team in 6th place gets to choose where we go. We either go back to Brakkesh or we stay on Space City. So there's going to be a few decisions that need to be made here, but again, this is where they need to not only play for the ego, but they also have to choose their operators very wisely, because as we'll see in a short while, they have quite a bit of a limited choice as to how many times they can actually use those operators.
Yeah, that's exactly right. You can only use each operator twice as a team throughout the first 6 rounds, and if we do get to the 7th round, things will open back up. But I love this map rotation. I'm really liking seeing Tide Prison every single game 3, and this is what you're talking about, DK. You'll see this kind of graphic for those that haven't watched. You'll see the graphic kind of tick away. So those green dashes are how many operators they have left. For Tempest, for instance, there's 2 because we haven't started, and once they use both, it'll be grayed out. Pretty easy to follow, but all of our rosters have their own ideas of what the meta comp strategies are, or how to counter their opponents, whatever their comp strategies are. There's a lot of film watching, there's a lot of scrims. They know each other, they know how each other plays. It'll be fun to see them kind of try to counterpick to some degree. If we get to game 7, all of this will be reset, and you could potentially run double Tempest if you really wanted to, moving into that 7th round. But otherwise, round 6 is usually the most limited because you have the least amount of operators, and that's where it gets really interesting to see the different strategies of what they decide to pick that's a little more off meta, DK. Get a chance, though, with the Delta Force Rise series to see player camps, which is a unique new thing here with Delta Force. Haven't done this yet. and I love getting a peek behind the curtain of some of these players. Not only like how locked in they are, but also what environment they're playing in. It's cool to see them in their natural environment where they seemingly should be the most comfortable, but I'm sensing some nerves. This is their first showing in the Delta Force Rise series. First chance to, I guess, continue to make a name for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, they're just going to be trying to keep themselves as cool, calm, and collected as they possibly can. But yeah, I just want to echo that natural habitat site that we can see here, and it's pretty cool to see them being as comfortable as they possibly can. So we're really looking forward to it. And I mean, you were talking about the double temper setup potentially coming through, right? But we've seen a double Uluru play being utilized as well. So yeah, I mean, these teams are just absolutely jam-packed with surprises, and of course that I think helps in making today just so much more exciting, as we know what the meta kind of is or what it should be, but these teams get to decide and do and approach these rounds however they choose to.
Yeah, and we're gonna get a chance to see some of the stars that we were hyping up as we were looking through their rosters. Big shout out to Hodsick, Team Liquid, Mendo. Got Tute here with BTH. That guy doesn't have a light on in his house, man. He is ready to lock in. Slep, my goat. This guy's so dang talented here for Team Nadeshot. Really excited to see them continue to prove themselves on main stage. Crisp locked in as well, keeping the gunny warm. We rotate through perspectives. Yeah, DK, you know, I think when you get these players a chance to kind of prove themselves in a pro league like this with Delta Force Rise series, a couple things come to mind. I mean, first and foremost, besides the few names that I've mentioned a couple times, like the one on your screen right now, many of these players, if not most of these players, have never been quote-unquote pro at anything, especially in esports. This is their first chance to step up, step out, and prove that they have what it takes. They're in salary, they're earning money for competing, they have a chance to earn even more, representing their team, representing their region, their country, whatever it is. There's a lot of weight in that. There's some nerves that are building up to today, and it might be all smiles for a guy like Pildora, but in general, I think there's some nerves that they're going to have to work their way through. But once we start the first map, it's going to play just like scrims, or at least it should. It's going to feel very comfortable, and I think they'll settle in after game one. Game one, we might see the nerves on the map, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's that first game jitters, right? I call it the litmus test of the day, looking to see kind of what the flavor is and what the approach is going to be coming through from the opposing sides. But yeah, I agree. Once we head into round number 2, this is where they should be relaxing quite a bit. And this is when we can also see a lot more of those tactics really coming to the forefront. And I really want to see what these teams are going to be bringing in, right? We want to see their own takes or their own variations of how you should potentially look to contest a Mandelbrick, and maybe just go for a bit of an airdrop chase as well. So there's so many potential outcomes that these teams can look to bring through our rounds here today, and I'm on board for all of it.
Yeah, and there's several rules and nuances that'll be, I'm sure, confusing to some of you that have never watched the Delta Force Rise series or any of the competitive formats. So feel free to ask questions. We'll be paying attention to the chat. I'll try to answer them the best I can, or we'll answer them during our breaks, because this is a very unique format and I love it. There's so much at stake every single round. Every single game is important. Every moment feels impactful. And that's what I love about the Delta Force Rise series format. And it also feels still somewhat like pubs. I mean, you lose your gear when you die. I love that idea with operations and an extraction-based gameplay. It is it's still true to form while also being esports. So I'm pumped for it, DK, and I'm ready to jump into the action here shortly. We will be starting on Zero Dam. Let's tell people at home what that means. Zero Dam is a non-Mandelbrick round. We call that our eco rounds or economy rounds. Players are trying to get their money up, and they can get their points up as well, getting those squad points, or kill points rather, and then also their supply points if they find good loot on the map. What do you think? You think we're going to see an aggressive America start, or is it going to be a little bit more passive like yesterday?
I would like to see something kind of in between, right? I mean, I understand the passive start, but I want to see them quickly escalate from that passive onto a slightly more aggressive approach. So, yeah, that's what I'm going to be looking at, to see kind of just who means business here today. Who's going to be the ones to try and kind of ramp up the expectation to go for as much of those assets and as much of the economy as they can find out on Zero Dam. It is going to be a little bit more challenging to get a decent chunk of change, but Zero Dam is a good map to try and do that on.
Yeah, it is. And again, I want to re-emphasize this point for those that have watched former broadcasts before, you know, our new setup here. points have changed a little bit. I mean, kill points being, yes, a full point, but also 800k technic alloy further emphasizes that playing aggressive. I mean, you also make $50, but playing aggressive is very valuable in game and out of game, right? And I think we learned yesterday that the teams that played more aggressive found a ton of value on the map. And this is also one of the first types of formats, especially with the Rise series here, where the overall placement that you get in the match matters. We're used to playing, hey, winner takes all. You got to win it all. You got to get 2 bricks. And yeah, that'd be nice. But you do also have to play for those second or third place points. They're incredibly valuable in a 4-week series to try to make it to the finals. You need every point you can get your hands on. So getting a brick is a point. And then, of course, if you get second, you're still getting 6 points on the map rather than, 4 for third and so on and so forth. So placement does matter. Tiebreakers do matter. And getting those kills can really set you up for success here in even our very first round.
Yeah, I mean, the harder you work on the first day, the easier the coming days will be. And I mean, I'm expecting quite a few teams here to really start to ramp up the approaches as they restart to step into their own here. And I mean, we've already seen just an absolute immense number of hours that they've been able to put into this game. So I'm excited to see that full talent coming out onto this battleground. And of course, we are going to be hopping into that first one very, very soon. But I think there's a lot to look forward to. And I mean, we are going to be having a few of these smiles, maybe not sticking on those faces for all too long, right? Depending on how the rounds go. But I'm expecting a little bit of a shift throughout the day.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think anybody would be smiling when there's 5 seconds left on the decode that they have and somebody steals it away, which will absolutely happen. Getting our players all set up, ready to go. We're just waiting on 1 or 2 more players to get locked in, ready up, and we'll get this thing kicked off here in our very first eco round. Zero Dam's fun. We also have those airdrops, something we haven't talked too much about with those airdrops is they have 2 that will drop onto the map. 1 will drop either an AWM and it's Lapua ammo. You only get 5 rounds, but still very valuable, especially because you can't buy that ammo throughout the course of this competition at all. And then also, the second one drops reds and golds, just straight up loot, which is nice for sure with the recent changes where supply points are 1 point per 2 million. It's tough to make that super valuable, but you might as well grab it if you're in the area. Not one that people oftentimes fight too much over, though, because even if you get pretty lucky, you're max pulling out like 1, maybe 2 points if you get wildly lucky. Whereas if you just get a team wipe, that's 3 points. So again, emphasizing how valuable kills are. And well, an AWM helps you get those kills.
Yeah, but that's why I really appreciate about how the point setup works for the league, right? Because it really awards the teams to get aggressive. They do get that 1 easy point for a kill. That's it, right? If you're shorting 2 points, go kill 2 players. Job done, right? It sounds a lot easier than it actually is, but I think that is a lot more reliable than, for instance, trying to go out and loot, right? So it kind of shifts that dynamic off of looting and more onto fighting, right? Making sure that you're the team that can have a successful run, take down a few players, pick up a few things, and then maybe consider extracting if you want to really capitalize on the bank that you've been able to build up in that round.
Yeah, that's a good shout. Watch out for those airdrops. I mean, something else we can talk about too, a recent change, is there's just these new items you can find either in specialty missions like Wall Breaker on Zero Dam. You could see it here. You could see it from taking down, our helicopter boss on Brakkesh and so on and so forth. You get it from the bosses in specialty missions. They are these lucky wooden sculptures. You can use them to trade for gold gear. You get gold a little bit faster than your opponents if you're able to get enough of these lucky wooden sculptures. So you can watch out for that. If you see a red pop up that looks like a wooden sculpture on the right side while we're playing and it's only worth 1 technic alloy, that's what that is. Lets you get your gold armor a little bit sooner. And another way to get that gold, where you can only buy one once in the course of the map if you don't have these. So pretty important note. Something else, I don't know that we talked about this on the map partition while we're getting started. Okay, looks like maybe we're getting into the game finally. Thanks for your patience. I'll talk more about Brakkesh and the fact that it's got airdrops and metal bricks now, which is pretty fun, a little bit later, because we're dropping into Zero Damn DK, and it's time to jump into the action. I'm hoping for an aggressive start on our first eco round. But yesterday, 2 teams were in a standoff in admin for about 10 minutes while everybody else eventually third and fourth partied them. So we'll see who gets this priority spawn near admin first, and then who is maybe playing out of something like a visitor center, substation, Smith plant, etc., and slowly works their way to the fight. But Zero Dam, a special map in our hearts. All played it a million times, and it's still fun in comp play as well.
Yes, sir. And of course, this is where we are going to be paying very close attention to the early picks the teams are going to be looking to come in with here. And I mean, we can see a little bit of what is going to be happening, and we'll talk about that as soon as it appears on the screen, as the squads are going to get ready to go right about now. Of course, this being the eco round means that there are going to be a few of those airdrops, as you've mentioned, that are going to be coming in. So there are a few things to try and focus on here. But one thing that I want to point out is just the sheer volume of Raptors. Every single team has a Raptor as well as a D-Wolf. And that is a very interesting loadout coming up into Zero Dam.
Well, to kick things off, it does look like Fluxo and MW get priority spawns here in map number 1. And look at them racing to admin. Team Liquid going to stick in substation for a moment, but not going to stick there very long. It looks like maybe Team Liquid there in the purple from sub may push towards admin as well. In third party, what we know to be always a 2-team fight, unless they take a little too long. Team Liquid, not interested in looting. They want the kills, potentially. Watch out for them a little bit later. Do see Team Nadeshot. They do pull visitor centers. They're going to be hanging out for a little while. FX does find Saeed, so that's a solid amount of loot to kick things off. Should see them jump up to the top. That's exactly what happens. Profits at nearing up to 1 million.
Yeah, it is going to be, as they say when you hop in game, it's time to shoot, loot, and then it's time to boot. So let's see who is going to be following that structure. And so far, everybody just trying to do as much as they can, trying to get as many bits of the utility going here. Of course, here for LEV on the quick play. But look at that, though. BTH already starting to pick up the reds, and almost 2 million in the bag for them.
What a pull. The Manbridge supercomputer, 2 mil off rip. Now listen, I need that type of luck in my pubs. That is a solid pull to kick things off. 2 million for BTH is gigantic. This is an eco round after all, so a little bit of eco is nice to have. They're the first to get up to 1 point potentially, as long as they stuff that bad boy. I believe it's a 3x3. It should fit in their safe box, no problem. Team Liquid, 180k there, no problem. We find some reds. We keep our move on. Kills are the most important, but if you can find some loot along the way, that is great for you.
Yep, some more reds coming out here as well. Now, as you can see, Team Liquid also starting to line those reds up slowly but surely. We should be seeing a few more of those still kind of propagating through here as the teams are going to continue to try and get that loot on. But an interesting dynamic that we're not seeing a lot of aggression particularly focused up on towards that administrative area, as of course the players here from Fluxo are going to be prioritizing that wall breaker instead.
Yeah, wall breaker again has value, not only because you're going to find some reds in that, but also it does have those lucky wooden sculptures, which are very important. So you can trade them for gold. So you need to find those early. And nice little graphics card there for Team Liquid. Doing well.
Oh, decent run.
Everything relaxed. Yeah.
Who's going to get it? I mean, this is surprisingly chill, right? I mean, I hope they can transition over into that next phase quickly. But currently looking at how the teams find themselves positioned here, left. It is going to be quite an interesting lineup as to exactly where all our squads currently are situated. Of course, I mean, we got 3 at the top, 3 at the bottom, so there's not necessarily any particular points where we're going to be seeing any major clashes, aside from, of course, right there on the riverbank.
Yeah, FX may have gotten some intel here and are trying to back up. We've got some footsteps down below them they should hear. That is Leviathan underneath them in the tunnels. I think they heard something. They're looking around quite warily. Team Liquid, I thought they were going to run up towards admin, but instead, you can see them here on the south side of substation. They've actually broken away, hearing maybe some shots this direction. Could be looking for some kills over here or playing for this first airdrop is most likely what's happening. 40 seconds on the clock for the airdrop. Airdrop is dropping outside of Visitor Center, bottom right of the map. And that'll be a fight between Team Liquid and Team Nadeshot for that first airdrop, which will control, or contain rather, the or the M82. But a fight at hand here, DK. MW looking for an opening on BTH. Maybe open up the floodgates for the first couple eliminations.
Oh, yeah, we've not properly had our first blood erupting just yet, but let's see how this one is going to go. As BTH is going to be keeping the position pretty locked down, not going to be looking to expose themselves all too much just yet, but a quick reposition coming through here from Kahal. Right, you got to pronounce all those H's. Got to say each and every single one of them. Speaking of which, though, it's going to be Mentor on the early airdrop opening.
Yeah, it's going to be the Lapua ammo. That's going to be the AWM inside. I'm not sure he was actually able to loot it all before he started taking some damage. Here's Team Nadeshot getting really aggressive. Unfortunate timing with the eco. I mean, the util. And unfortunately, it does look like both players got so scared. Nobody was actually able to put damage down. I think if Chris just sticks this, he's going to win the engagement. Because Mindo was in the middle of his interaction with a triple blaster. But over the top, Smile does find an angle. Able to get one. One knock to red, but no full. Looks like Mindo's able to answer back and trades 1 for 1. Boy down for Team Liquid, and Mindo finds another. That's 2 down for Team Nadeshot, and finally a solo. Gonna have to be a hero against a duo. Mindo, after picking up the 2-piece, is backing off to play with his teammate. This is a smart move. They're in complete control of this engagement, especially with both those players on yellow timer.
Yeah, but it is going to be Fluxo now looking to step up as well. So it is a bit of a third-party opportunity, just continuing to cascade down here onto Team Liquid as they quickly just look to reposition. You can see them just getting right into that slight little bit of a crevice, right? Just trying to get themselves out of harm's way. But this is also an opportunity now for Nadeshot to see whether or not Smile could actually do something with the information available to him. He can hear the push coming through onto Team Liquid.
This is a huge breath of fresh air, at least for a second. Smile is going to be pressured by Team Liquid. They lost their one boy to Team Nadeshot, and then it got cleaned up by FX before they could get a true res on him and get him stabilized. So Team Liquid abscond. They think there's no way they're going to win that 2v3. They're going to back way up. And FX are going to show up late to the party, and being late to the party and being the third party usually works out for you, especially when both teams are weak. Don't think Smile's going to be moving for very long. Be relaxed there. Or literally on his back, hiding in a corner. I'll FX check these bodies. Body's still there. They know, of course, that Team Liquid was able to get out, so just watching and waiting, not risking looting that body, thinking Team Liquid might be close.
Yeah, I think it's best to practice a little bit of caution, right? You don't want to unwillingly just kind of set yourself up for a very tough position, but there is quite a bit of scouting still taking place here. As Mendo and his teammate just wants to make sure that there is a bit of an opportunity, potentially maybe for them to still play through this, as we are also now nearing even more chaos coming through in the basement of that main admin building as Eclipse and Coronel get ready for a bit of a charge. You can see, of course, the players there from MW just up ahead of them, and this could be that big setup for a really good Olivia run.
And this is the fight admin we've been waiting for. Leviathan and MW been fighting each other for a while. Drone comes through. They spot all three. They know it's a true 3v3. Don't see anybody else. We're going to get early aggression there, but Smile's in trouble. We need to pay attention to this solo. See if he can stay alive. He's going to have to 1v3 FX. He's in a position. He doesn't know it. Oh, no. His head was barely peeking over the box, and he gets domed. Down goes Team Nadeshot there, the first out. And MW's going to try to not... Oh, no, he just trades damage back and forth. Doesn't even get a knock on him. Having to back up. Loud taking quite a bit of damage. Could have potentially had one down, but couldn't decide on a target, DK. And now they're back to another standoff, waiting, healing back up.
Yeah, I mean, this does give them a bit of an opportunity to quickly just try and reset themselves before that push is going to come through yet again. But Leviathan is going to be keeping a very tight angle. Also not going to be backing off way too much. And look at Rapid, though, quickly trying to double down on the efforts. Good shots being made. But unfortunately not enough, right? Not being able to convert any of that into takedowns just yet.
Vlinder, a key operator in their engagement, being able to heal up quickly. We're seeing some nice loot value being pulled right now for BTH. They're pulling the second airdrop, and they're pulling some nice reds. So this is pushing up towards around 1 million in loot value from the reds that they're pulling, which isn't bad. But again, you need 2 million for 1 point. And a single kill is the point, so Definitely valuing kills, but we'll take what we can get. BTH will throw those in the safe box and then move on their merry way. They've been hearing these shots and this util firing. Could see BTH, if they make their way underground, take this engagement as well.
A lot of util dispersion just coming through here. And I mean, MW not just trying to kind of cover their way up here as they quickly make a play for that eastern staircase. Leviathan is still going to be kind of left to wonder what happened to them, right? They can hear the footsteps from BTH up top. I'm not quite sure exactly where the plays kind of went to. And MW now looking to just capitalize on that opportunity to just get the heck out of Dodge, right? Just alleviate a little bit of the pressure and give themselves a quick opportunity for a reset.
BTH still above this engagement. Running through admin, seeing if anything's left over for them, but also, is there anybody in the area can take down? 7.5 minutes on the clock. Every round we played today, folks, is 100. I was going to break it down in seconds, I guess. I don't know what I was doing. 18 minutes in total. I was looking at that 100K on the right-hand side, and it actually confirms my suspicions, DK. Minda was only at that airdrop for a moment. Might have pulled the and 1 round of ammo. There's 5 rounds of ammo, but they're separated as individual items. And so you specs, again, they win out of the airdrop just by getting there super late, and they actually get paid for it. They at least pull some of the ammo from the AWM that was left over inside the airdrop still.
Yeah, I mean, they've got 4 mil in profits right now, and so it does look pretty decent here for them, but of course it's all going to depend on whether or not they can actually get a successful extraction here. Meanwhile, MW, though, they still need to make up quite a bit of that bank as they are now only up to 907K. But good discipline going through here from Puldora, just waiting for the angle to kind of set itself up here. But Tooth, though, he's going to try and kick this whole thing into action. LEV also just kind of creeping up behind them. And if BTH is not careful, they could really find themselves in a bit of a pincer play here.
Here we go. Team Liquid, just as a duo, have rotated all the way up to the north side. Also going to be playing for Elevator. There's going to be a huge clash on the north side of the map. And just a matter of time to see who actually strikes first. Aside from the engagement down on the first airdrop, haven't seen any other players go down. Team Nadeshot fully eliminated. We lose Boy from Team Liquid. Everybody else is a healthy 3. Lever still hasn't been pulled for the Elevator. Only 5.5 minutes left on the clock. Be surprised if somebody doesn't pull it soon just to force the engagement. But the problem with pulling it is you're basically just giving whoever gets there first a quote-unquote free out. They have the easiest hold being to the Elevator extract first. We saw that yesterday, DK, where a team was just banking on somebody else pulling the lever. And they were just sitting on the extract. I believe it was FaZe, if I remember correctly. Yeah. And they got paid for it. Nobody was able to contest them. They just get out because somebody else pulled the extract and they were sitting on that Elevator.
Yeah, they went for wall breaker and then they just casually strolled over onto the elevator. Somebody pulled the lever. They're like, "Hey, well, look at that, easy, easy exit." Nobody really contested that. So, yeah, near effortless play coming through from them yesterday. But today, though, it's looking slightly different, right? Nobody really gonna look to try and get their hands on anything meaningful with regards to extractions, right? You can see BTH kind of trying to move in that direction, but again, not fully focusing on that. It does seem like they are waiting to see if anybody is going to try and maybe push up to them so they can get a few swings at those kills.
Here we go. 4 minutes, 20 seconds. We are starting to run out of time for this Elevator. And MW are checking it out and seeing that BTH are there first. And somebody finally does pull it. BTH in a really strong position, being to the Elevator extract first. And we pull it from Substation. So it's FX pulling the lever. They want a piece of the action. They want to fight. They pull that lever. There's about a 15-second differential between our game clock and our extract clock. The only chance for these teams to get out, if they don't want to pay some fee or drop their bag, you all know how, be under a certain weight, you all know how Zero Dam works. We're all going to be fighting for this Elevator. It looks like we got a fight on our hands right now. Leviathan finally strike first against MW, finding Loud and get the full. Looks like MW is a little bit split. A mistake on Zero Dan when they know their enemy was that close to them. Losing just loud. I'm not sure where the communication broke down, but this duo is on the run.
Yeah, good opening play coming through, but they went kind of in the wrong direction, right? Trying to make their way through this little warehouse here, and unfortunately that is going to put them right at the mercy of FX, now pushing right onto them.
Yeah, this is, talking about a pincer, this is a sandwich, this is a smash burger, because just off screen, LEVIATAN has come out of admin and are going to be addressing this fight from the backside of MW. Our green team is about to be gone here in just a moment unless they can be heroes. If LEVIATAN hear a ton of util go down and a ton of shots fired, they're going to swing up onto this fight for sure. They'd actually like to get a piece of FX if they can first. Hopefully give them an advantage. Nice find. That's exactly what we wanted. Found FX first. And now we're about to have a ballroom brawl inside of this garage.
Well, sometimes those are the best places to have a bit of a ballroom brawl here. As we can see, Rapid now just trying to kind of keep himself slightly removed from that LEV and, of course, FX position. But this is glorious for NW, right? If they can kind of just keep themselves distant, they can really stand a good chance to make it out of this in one piece. But now it is going to be Team Liquid starting to push in as well. And just an absolute kind of stacking up of squads lining up to the garage.
Byron ult comes in. Let's see if it lands. Big fight on the backside because Team Liquid's showing up in a fourth party. Mindo actually fairly weak, but engagement in mid. MW running for the hills. Pildora jumps out the window. Sees an aggressive stance from both members of LEVIATAN. On the outside, he answers through in the smoke. Finding one, but doesn't get the full. He runs out of ammo. How unlucky to not get that full. That's a full point missed. And even BTH is shooting down range from the extract. Only 75 seconds as well to get out of this map. But all teams want these kills. So valuable. A team wipe is 3 points. Plus 2.4 mil to go straight to the bank. It'll cover whatever kits you brought in.
But let's see how the teams are going to look to prioritize this next engagement here. Socio, oh, beautiful quick trade there. Is going to find Damiazo. But now it is going to be absolute pressure continuing to flow here. Oh, no. FX gets taken out. Down they go.
Team Liquid Mindo, perfect timing to address this fight as a third party. LEVIATAN came in, scooped up all the kills, and then Mindo killed everybody else. That is a ton of value from Team Liquid. They were going to go up to Ridge. They heard the shots and they came into the party. Widows as a solo, having to take down a duo. Hotsig and Mindo are not going to fall that easily. Mindo is racking up kill after kill after kill and is quickly going to search these bodies. Maybe grab a few dog tags, throw them in the safe box. But that's all they're going to get. Won't get to the extract in time, and BTH are getting paid because FX pulled the lever. Great job getting here first, gentlemen. You'll save some of your loot value, but Team Liquid absolutely crushing the competition in the kills category. I think Mindo had maybe 4, if not 4, then it was 3 by the end of this one.
I mean, absolute insanity erupting on the screens right here. But that is kind of what we were expecting to see. And now it is going to be Team Liquid having to sign off with what they've been able to bag on up. Only getting 1.5 mil worth of assets. So unfortunately, they're not going to be able to score a point based on those profits.
Yeah, not a point just on raw loot, but still a valuable save of value. So you can use it for your future kits, etc. And you're getting points. You're getting loot value as well, technicality, if you do get kills. So that can also help you out in terms of the supply points category. But in general, a big map from Team Liquid. Even though they lost one early, you got to remember, Mindo picked up a couple kills with Hotstick and Bloy early in the engagement with Team Nadeshot. And then they come in late as well. But we actually give LEVIATAN the best team because they picked up 5 kills in that engagement. Maybe stealing a couple of those away from Mindo before he cracked down on LEVIATAN, but still a really good map from the young guns here. Socio Legend, Widows, Eclipse, 5 total kills, tons of damage. This is a great game for these guys.
Yep, they are going to be happy. They are going to be smiling. And of course, looking at the spread here, we do see only two teams doing quite a bit of work with regards to those kills, right? Leviathans and of course the players coming through there from Team Liquid, both sitting on 5 kills apiece. But Fluxo also picking up 3. So there is a bit of an opportunity for teams to try and increase that overall award, right? The overall assets that they have been able to walk away with here. But Social Legend just absolutely on fire.
Yeah, I mean, I really like the way Leviathan played their map. They get admin, they stick admin, and they force everybody out of it. And then they came over to a third-party engagement that they knew they could win. They had Fluxo in their sights, and once they got the first knock on FX, they decided to just stick with the fight no matter the cost. Weren't worried about extracting, and it paid off for them, man. 5 kills is 4 mil straight to the bank, as well as, of course, the 5 points they get from those kills. But we also saw 5 kills from the likes of Team Liquid. Hodsik had not only a couple assists here, was assisting Mendo. Mendo had 3 kills, Hodsik with 2. That's 5 kills for Team Liquid, matching Leviathan. And if I saw that correctly, I think Team Liquid got a little bit more out of their safe biases as well. So a kind of fun back and forth between the top 2 teams. But then, of course, Asset Earners goes to BTH because they all extracted. They played the slow and patient waiting game, expecting the fight to come to them. Unfortunately, everybody was fighting in the garage. Nobody even made it to the house. Nobody made it to the elevator.
Yeah, and that is kind of just the way the cookie crumbles, but it is going to be Mendo to be our MVP for the very first round here. 3 operator kills, a decent chunk of damage going his way as well, but not a lot of assets to kind of back that up. So it just shows you that prioritizing those kills is definitely one way to make sure that your team is sitting pretty well on the board.
But listen, there's a lot of hype behind Team Liquid, man. Everybody's hyping up Mendo and hyping up Hodsik and Boy and thinking this is a really strong roster that can make some waves here in the Delta Force Rise series. And I certainly agree, especially with the way they played Map 1. Losing a player early, being smart to back off when they knew they didn't have an advantage. They could have fought FX very early around the airdrop, maybe even played for more ammo for that but instead they stayed patient. They came in, struck while the iron was hot when everybody else was fighting, and found a couple more kills to put up to 5 total. So you'll definitely see Team Liquid, and you'll definitely see some of our other rosters, Leviathan at the top, but no Mantle Bricks yet. We'll be seeing one in the next round. So we're going to take a very short break here in the booth. When we come back, we'll have your scoreboard for you, and then we're headed to Brakkesh. You're not going to want to miss it.
Two members, now the odds are in their favor, 2v1.
Everything getting spammed away, and MT getting a little... So hang on a second, NL! Look at that! It's an absolute swing!
This. And Ellis got it on. They're here. Lines them up, even to the shot. You're nuts. For the last remaining 3 BOV, they find 2 instant knocks, and Elm's going to be hopping off that.
I'll get you out of here.
The enemy got the mantle brick. Find it. Stop them. Mantle brick decoded. Nice work, operator.
The time to strike is now. Do not let me down, operator.
Decoding has begun. Defend the area.
Is about to take the first hit to brick of the tournament. And they're going to do it.
What goes around comes around.
Not gonna do very much though. When you get barrel stuff, Steiny is getting aggressive.
See what I did there? You ain't seen nothing yet.
Let's knock them off their feet.
There it is. Welcome back, Delta Force Rise Series, Day 2, Week 1 here with the Americas region, and all smiles here for Mr. Mendo because Team Liquid drop a banger map 1, but so does Leviathan. Both teams picking up 5 kills each in Zero Dam is an impressive feat, especially because you get 5 points from it, but also 4 million in Technicalloy. Here's a look at all that math and how it pans out for you folks. Team Liquid on top, technically, with 9 squad points. It's going to be 5 kill points plus the 4 supply points they get from what was in their safe boxes, plus that 4 million that they earned in Technicality from the kills. And then Leviathan, a lot of the same. Pick up 3, and they pick up 8 squad points. So a nice start from Team Liquid and Leviathan. Everybody else, mediocre, but BTH, they do protect a decent amount of their loot.
Yeah, I mean, of course, BDH getting that free extraction, so not much that you can really fault on them there for that play. I mean, 5 supply points, that is definitely going to help set them up for the future rounds here. But, I mean, you got to give it up to Team Liquid, right? So much aggression at the start of the game, and of course, later on coming through with that third-party play that we saw as well. Yeah, this is kind of just a taste of what we are going to be looking at today. I'm expecting quite a bit of a sweaty play between multiple of our teams here.
Yeah, I mean, everything needs to ramp up going into a Mantelbrick round. I think in Brakkesh, as we prepare for this round, it is not only a Mantelbrick round, it's also another airdrop round. So yes, we did see a couple of different teams, FX and Team Liquid to be exact, did pull some of that Lapua ammo for the AWM. I'm not sure exactly who got the weapon itself. You can buy the weapon, you just can't buy the ammo. It only comes with 5 rounds, so I don't know how many people got how many rounds, but there's a couple rounds floating out there that they could use for this Brakkesh map if they want to. But also, we got airdrops on Brakkesh while the mana brick is going on. You could pull another AWM. You could potentially pull an M82. These snipers are incredibly valuable, especially when you're trying to win, get player advantage, win a chance to play for the brick, steal the brick potentially because you take down somebody that's guarding it on a heady. Like, there's so many ways you can use this sniper extremely valuably. So watch out for one of those snipers popping up here on this Brakkesh round. But let's talk operators. Of course, still everything's on the table. Nobody went double down on a single operator. But DK, what do you expect to see moving into Brakkesh with the Mantelbrick round? What operators?
Well, for Brakkesh, this is where things get a little bit more interesting, a little bit more spicy, right? So this is where you could look to play maybe one of the Wolves, right? Or maybe a little bit of Viron could maybe be making its way on through. But I think this is where we could also have a little bit more of those engineers stepping in as well, right? So looking at Shepard, looking at Uluru, that could really help just kind of lock that Mantelbrick down, right? Because I don't expect teams to really look to use their Tempest this early on. They are probably going to try and save those for once we get over onto round number 4. But yeah, I think round 2 is this is where you have a bit of an opportunity to maybe burn 1 or 2 of your operators.
Yeah, I think the other thing we'll look out for too is you got to have intel, right? And so one way to get intel, a lot of folks, everybody use a Raptor on Zero Dam. You'll see a lot of folks go ahead and burn their second Raptor here on Brakkesh as well. There's still a lot of open areas in Brakkesh, especially around the Mantelbrick. Mantelbrick will be spawning at Museum, and unless you're planting at Museum, you need that eye in the sky. Here's a look at some of our favorite operators here in Brakkesh. One is Raptor, as expected, for that intel. Gizmo making a lot of appearances here. on Brakkesh, and then Aluru, like you mentioned. Engineers are very valuable. One thing I love about Aluru is, yes, very good at kind of zoning off areas with Molotov or Incendiary, but also great for getting intel as well. You can get intel by using your rocket. And here's another look at some other popular operators. You got Shepard, Aluru, like you mentioned, those engineers, and then Gizmo. Yet again, you're definitely going to see all of these operators in the round. It's just a matter of what players prefer to play, what their comfort picks are, and what their strategy is going into Brakkesh, because it is a very unique map where there is a decoding station within a stone's throw of where you pick up the brick. It's right outside. The courtyard is where the metal brick spawns, and there's a decoding station right inside of the museum. So let's take a look at the spawns, though, DK. Talking about what you're seeing, T1 spawns obviously the most valuable.
Yeah, as we see already 2 teams coming through with those T1 spawns in the first round, MW Fluxo. So that means for this round, they are not going to be provided with those, right? It's going to go to Nate, BTH, Team Liquid, or Leviathan. So there are several options for them to try and get those positions. And of course, then get over towards the mantle brick as quickly as they can. But I'm going to be looking down towards T2 to see who's going to be looking to loot the new Tower of Babel, right? Because as we know, this is still also an eco round on top of the mantle brick coming into play here. So there are several opportunities and approaches that these teams can look to capitalize on. Of course, well, the tower is going to be a huge place to find a lot of that value.
Yeah, if you want to play for loot, Tower of Babel's the place to be. And again, you and I were talking about this during the break. I think playing for loot these days with the new format is still a mistake. You've got to play for kills. We've traditionally seen one team sometimes stick to Tower of Babel and loot it up by themselves, and another team spawn there and say, nah, I want a piece of the action. I'm going straight to the fight, which is going to be around Museum. And we saw some crazy stuff in Game 2 yesterday of Day 1 of Americas. All 6 teams around Museum, all 6 teams battling for the brick. And it was a full trade. I mean, I think traded hands, I think the max it possibly could. It was like 15 steals in the blink of an eye because everybody started using some of their abilities to get that brick. So we'll watch out for that and see who goes for the steal. Could see an early Tempest usage. Don't oftentimes see it, but maybe one team decides to burn a Tempest here, feeling like they have an advantage, going for that brick and getting those steals.
Yeah, I think Gizmo is also a pretty good shot for this, right? We did see Gizmo being one of the popular choices for here, and it makes sense, right? Coming through with that crawler nest that he has really helps in kind of just picking up and identifying angles as well as those smoke mines, so it really helps on the defensive front. But looking at the spread, though, Team Liquid are hard off the press as they just rush straight on forward to that, and of course, it's none other than Nadeshot joining them in that T1.
Team Nadeshot, Team Liquid battling over Museum to kick things off. Those are our 2-1 spawns. Great shot from DK. Something I saw is exactly what I expected. One team was thinking nobody else is picking Tempest except for us. That means we're going to have an advantage, and that's exactly what happens. Look at this. FX pull in Tempest to kick things off in our first mantle brick round. FX are absolutely going to be playing for the brick no matter where they spawned. If they're going to be showing up at Museum, because they do have that advantage of using her emergency evasion device, that tether, very valuable for grabbing the steal on either the spawn or more likely on the decoding station.
Well, now it's just going to be down to who is going to be able to get their hands on it first. We do see Leviathan also starting to come through with quite an early push all the way from that far southern position, but the fight's just breaking out here as it is going to be Nadeshot just getting right up and involved in the altercations. But look at this, though. Team Liquid actually being put on quite a bit of a back foot.
Huge. This is a huge fight for Team Nadeshot. They're getting the revenge. Reminder, they fought Team Liquid earlier, and the exact same thing that's happening right now happened in reverse last time. Luru rocket over the top is going to make Team Nadeshot think twice about pushing it. It actually zones them off enough that Boy's probably going to get rezzed here since he's still on red timer. He's still crawling. He's not down. He could get rezzed, and they can make this a 2v3, which is a little bit more reasonable for a team like Team Liquid. But he needed to stick it immediately. Maybe took too long. Here comes Team Nadeshot. They not only start the decode, but they also are trying to take down Mindo. As a solo, Mindo's going to have to be a hero, and we know this kid is good. But is he 1v3 good? Team Nadeshot hunting their prey.
Well, so far they are doing an absolute easy breezy job about it as TL gets taken right out of here. Team Liquid, I mean, they got dried up right then and there.
Brutal start for Team Liquid after a dominant performance in map 1, immediately out in map 2, and this is a huge nod to the community to say, watch out for Team Nadeshot. They get the first blood, they get the brick, they start the decode. And I mentioned this before. FX need to go for this brick. They have the advantage of Tempest, but they're going to go ahead and put their Tempest ult on cooldown by playing for kills here. Some Muto landing over the top on both sides. Leviathan in trouble. Our top two teams, the top two teams on the leaderboard, one is full life and the other one is at risk of being so, especially because another team is pinching them. Here comes MW.
Let's see how this one is going to pan out. Of course, we do see all those shipments now being utilized, as the sonar is going to be absolutely amazing here. But can they get enough of it, right? I mean, Morse just so devastating with the upsets. But can MW do what they need to? Leviathan is just going to be patiently waiting to see how this is going to play out. Beautiful trade coming through here from Rapid, just quick on the trigger.
Yeah, this is a massive win for Madwin. No pun intended there. They come up, third party, fight Leviathan in the middle, but now they're getting shot in the back. Here comes BTH. No one is fighting around the brick. They're all fighting for kills. I told you kills were valuable, and BTH clean up a member of MW. No, make it 2 go down. Wait, all of them are gone. BTH last to the fight, but first to get a team wipe. Aside from Team Liquid going down in this big bang out of 4 different teams, MW, the first team to fall. Leviathan still down to a solo. And FX, they thought they had their prey in hand. They thought they were going to get a bunch of kills, but all of them have been stolen away. FX do not have a kill to their name yet, but they were the first to shoot their guns.
Wow. Absolute insanity coming through here. 4 squads essentially just kind of descending down upon each other. Now it is going to be up to, well, BTH to see if they can kind of step into this fight and do anything, because the shot was in.
Team Nadeshot find BTH from a distance. BTH was fighting on the outskirts of Museum where everybody else was, but they peeked this corner, they peeked this hallway, the alleyway underneath the arch for too long. They go to yellow time. We're gonna have to crawl all the way back and heal back up. This is best case scenario for Team Nadeshot. They get a kill. Anybody pushing in their direction are gonna think twice about it. Here's the angle that Slept finds over the top. Almost could have gotten 2 there, but went for the full, which was the right call, because that's an extra point.
They're going to be super happy about that, though, right? 4 kills already in the bag for them. And they have that decoding running, and it doesn't seem like anybody is really going to try and contest that anytime soon. I mean, this could be a very comfortable play for them. They could have one of the most easy decodes on that mantle break that we've seen so far just yet. And now, of course, it's all down to how they can look to defend it. BTH is going to try and bring themselves back into a bit of a stronger position. Leviathan is going to try and get themselves fully raised up, and look at this. Slept is just like, yeah, mantle break is still where it was.
I mean, I understand everybody wants kills, and I understand people get trapped in engagements and they can't leave them. This is a free brick for Team Nadeshot. They win 1 engagement. They take down Team Liquid, and they get the first mantle brick. Team Nadeshot, top of our leaderboards, kick things off here in game number 2, and there's still 12 minutes on the clock to play for kills, play for loot, and everything in between. Team Nadeshot already have several kills to their name. They have a gigantic game on in their hands, especially if they can get another team right here. Smile under threat from BTH, who, again, put up too late. They get to Museum to fight Team Nadeshot after they get the brick. Everything else for Team Nadeshot right now is a cherry on top.
Well, let's see how many cherries they can put on top of this cake, as there's a big opportunity for them. But Nadeshot Slept now quickly just trying to put a little bit of pressure in here. As you can see, 2 also just going to be sneaking his way through, patiently waiting on the staircase. Notice that there's somebody just ahead of him, and this is a great bit of patience that he's showing here. But is that going to mean enough for them? Smile just patiently trying to get himself properly prepared for the engagement that could be erupting pretty soon. But BTH, though, they are going to be trying to push up, right? Fully trying to set themselves up here. As FX, they could be going through with a bit of a third party as well.
Everybody cares about the fights, but it is worth mentioning. Our airdrop has hit the ground that has the AWM or the M82. So there's a sniper on the map that somebody could go find. It looks like they're getting Thank you, production. Somebody's grabbing it right now. I was about to say, somebody's got to think about that. And it was actually, I believe, FX that decided to go up here and grab the AWM. So a nice find from them. We saw them leave, and when we were looking at the map view, DK, when you were talking, I said, what on earth? It was because of this. I didn't see where the airdrop had landed, how far north it was because of our viewpoint and where we were focusing our fights. But FX leave the engagement at Museum to go get the gun. They knew they weren't going to get to the mantle break in time, so they wanted the next best thing, which is a chance, a better chance, to get the brick in future rounds when you've got the firepower of an AWM.
Yeah, but the main objective for them is going to try and get that extraction going, right? That's the only way that they are going to be able to keep it safe, though. And there's still about 10 minutes left on the match timer here, so here's a big opportunity for them to try and do exactly that. Meanwhile, it's going to be Leviathan also just going through the bases here, looking for anything they could find. They're not necessarily trying to hunt down BTH all too aggressively. They're just trying to clear out the area, but if they continue doing this, there's going to be a high chance for them to run right into the side of BTH.
There's the peek. Or Jackal does have the info. BTH. Trying to figure out this newly refreshed Leviathan trio actually getting cut down. Socio Legend down is bad news. Leviathan in a 3v2. Socio, luckily, is the only player that has survived before, so he's still on yellow timer. If Leviathan can win this, they could be back up to a full team of 3. But if one more player goes down and get fulled, they'll be out of this game. No! An over peek and over commitment, thinking everybody's through the doors. Widow finds a freebie on 2. What a mistake from BTH, and now they're gonna have to win a 2v2. A huge engagement, and Eclipse is going massive. Leviathan was unfortunately down to a 2v3, and then BTH make 2 giant mistakes. And now Ka is the last player remaining, and FX have showed up to the party now with an AWM, looking to get a piece of the action. Where can they find a kill? Where can they find a blood, especially when the boss is harrying them from above?
Well, it is going to be all up to Ka to see what he can do here, as that helicopter is just absolutely relentless. It is making quite challenging for the operators on the outside here. It does seem like BTH they still have a bit of a strategy, a bit of a plan to get themselves out of harm's way. Not quite sure what Leviathan is going to be looking to do here. It might be opting to get that res to bring themselves back up to a full 3-piece here. And that is exactly what Eclipse is going to be focusing on. But we still have quite a few operators in this round, so there's still quite a few kills up for grabs.
Those are big kills from Leviathan. Reminder, they were already near the top of the leaderboard. They're only a point behind Team Liquid. The fact that they've been able to still somehow stay alive. All 3 are still on their feet, even though they've all been knocked and fulled at least once on this map. FX are playing the objective. FX grab not only the first, but now the second airdrop. And they get away with all that loot as Team Nadeshot show up to say peekaboo over the top. Make FX go to cover just to be sure that they're able to stay alive. But you can see the profits here. FX and Leviathan, the 2 big winners in terms of raw money. But I don't know that I need to keep reminding you of this, but 2.7 mil, 3.7 mil is 1 single point in terms of supply points. You need to get to 4 mil to get to 2, and there's the efficacy of what an AWM can do. Fernandez with an early entry knock means they're going to fly at this fight.
Yeah, that is exactly what they're going to try and pull off here, but you got to be careful, right? You don't need to push into this without the info. That is exactly what they're trying to gather now as they come full on forward. A beautiful bit of that toxic play also being utilized. But let's see, is that going to be enough to convert the aggression here into points? They need to try and lock it in here. Oh, beautiful angle there coming through over on towards the side of Team Nadeshot. But so far,
no.
Fernandez just going to be feeling all the heat from the utility.
They had every single advantage, but a well-placed incendiary from the backside is able to take down 1 member of FX. But then, guess what? Leviathan, they hear the shots. It's a signal flare to come flying into this fight. The FX feel the pressure from behind, so they force in on Team Nadeshot. It's a trading of blows left, right, and center, but Team Nadeshot, the first to full wipe, but FX a solo. Leviathan down to a duo. They can't get Eclipse back. Leviathan have taken trash from the trash can and somehow made a meal out of it. A ridiculous game from Leviathan to get anything out of this one. With every circumstance that they've been through, they still have, what, 5 kills at this point? A great play from Yellow Team.
Yeah, I mean, they are doing an absolutely phenomenal job, but it is not over yet. It is still going to be a slow countdown on that clock. As we know, extraction has been triggered, and it's all down to who can get themselves situated. Is anybody going to try and attempt that quick escape? We'll find out in just over a minute's time. In the meantime, though, it is going to be Fluxo down to their solo, still having that Tempest play available to themselves. Is maybe going to be opting for the bagless extract here.
Yeah, potentially bagless. You can see a minute and 20 seconds on extract down on the south. It's definitely going to be first there with their duo. Socio Legend could loot up, take those dog tags as needed, take whatever loot they can find, part weapons. You all know the drill. Get whatever you can and then play for this extract. Widow's trying to get intel. So what I was talking about, the Allure rockets. Gonna go check out the extract, see if anybody's there, but they see no one. No one's there yet. Everybody's moving at about the same time, so this rotation is actually free and clear for them. They will be met by BTH, but only once everybody gets there at the same time. And it looks like Ka is actually lagging behind, so it's actually just going to be Lord Xiaokao that is going to fight Socio Legend and Widows. Here comes Ka finally looking to meet up with his teammate. Could potentially find a long-range engagement, but it's looking like 20 seconds on the clock for this extract. Leviathan pick up like 5 kills and are going to get out for free? I can't believe this.
And while all of this is happening, Fluxo sent their AWM up towards the north for that bagless extract, trying to see if they can get themselves out of here for free. Ooh, BTH, though, experiencing quite a little bit of difficulty as they are pushing over onto the extraction. But there we have it. The silence now descends upon this round here as Leviathan have been able to successfully extract, and doing so with 5.4 mil in the bag.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's a mistake for BTH. It's too late. They were even throwing frags after they'd already extracted. It was just a mistake or a miscommunication on the timer of how long they had to get to the extraction. They should have at least tried to share it. Like, go down. Staying alive right now really doesn't make a difference. Sure, you can use some of our other extraction points potentially. If you could hoof it, start making your way to the top of the Tower of Babel with enough dog tags. I think you've killed enough people and you should have grabbed enough. You should be able to take a dog tag extract for one of you, but we got to get a move on.
Ooh,
and
this could
FX, yeah, he's just going to dodge missiles to try to get out north side of the map. But, man, what an interesting map.
Yeah. I was almost concerned there for FX. It almost looked like the attack helicopter was going to look to ruin the party. Fortunately, they do get the extract, and yeah, now it's all just up to who else can maybe find a little bit of something. BTH, though, are going to try and just fill up their bags with as much as they can here, and still potentially trying to consider the extracts.
Yeah, Lil Jacko could potentially, I think he's got 2 dog tags. Maybe he could get the Easter egg tag if he doesn't. Could take the 2 dog tag extract, the top of the Tower of Babel. He's kind of got to get a move on, though, if he's going to do that. Might be able to make it, but yeah, you're right. I mean, we got to pay attention to our safe boxes, try to get what we can without any reds, though. Like, the value that you're pulling is nice to be able to rebuy kits, but that's about it. It's not going to help out your leaderboard very much, hardly at all. Truthfully, it felt like just a mistake that they didn't at least just full send the extract just outside Tower of Babel and maybe play to just share it. I mean, could have been knocked crawling and still gotten out of the map. But who knows? Maybe a little luck could be on their side here. No.
No. It doesn't seem like they are prioritizing those extracts whatsoever. Yeah, just trying to fill up the 3x3s, right? So that is going to be a pretty slim picking for them, as you said, right? Not a lot of reds really currently available. They are sitting with a decent chunk of change for the total amount of assets, right? 15.9, but that's not what they leave this round with, right? They have considerably less than that.
Yeah, this is brutal for them. And I really want to laud Leviathan with what they were able to accomplish. This was Team Nadeshot's map, front to back, no questions asked. Would find a little extra something in here if they can fit it into their save boxes, and we'll take some spec jewels and Captain Pirates gold and do what we can. But end of the day, Team Nadeshot are the biggest winners on this map for sure. But Leviathan, I said it kind of crassly of making dinner out of the trash, but like that's what it felt like, man. They just somehow were always able to get their reses and still find kill after kill and extracted 2. Can't believe that at all. The boys just throwing some shots down. They know their game is over. Neither were able to make it to an extraction point in time. And salute 07. We'll see you guys later. Good luck in the next round. BTH, still decent kills, still decent value. It was a bloodbath on map 2, DK. I'm liking the aggression from our Americas teams here with Group C and D.
Yeah, they're definitely setting the pace, and this is what we love to see come through. I mean, not a moment of silence, right? We saw third party on third party on third party. We had a play early on. We did see Team Liquid, and of course, the players there from Team Nadeshot getting into a very early fight. Of course, a lot of aggression being shown on that front as well. And then it was BTH and FX just trying to jump on anyone else they could find. And Team Nadeshot, though, they had an absolutely glorious play here, coming through with 5 kills for themselves.
Yeah, it's a big game for Team Nadeshot. It really sets them apart of the competition for 2 reasons. One, they get the first brick, so they are in a leaderboard of their own. They're at the top of the leaderboard no matter what. The rest of the points don't matter. But they also do it with 5 kills. Remember, 4 million Technicalloy, 5 kill points. That is huge for their totals. If things do go to tiebreakers later, which they certainly could, even games like this where they get full wiped are a big win and will add not only a feather to their cap, but just a ton of cash. So great to see Team Nadeshot starting things off well with the first brick. Leviathan, like I said, finding 5 kills and 2 getting out of the map. Definitely the next biggest winners. And then everybody else had okay games. Team Liquid, unfortunately, 0-0-0 across the board. They get wiped immediately by Team Nadeshot. But BTH, they do pick up a couple kills to at least make their time on the map worth it. And you'll see Ka actually as the top individual slayer.
Yeah, Ka definitely doing quite a bit over there. And of course, you know, those 3 kills definitely going to help the team out. But so does the plays coming through from Widows there, as we saw as well, right? But at the end of the day, it is going to be the heavy damage dealt here by the side of Smile, as he brought in a decent chunk of changes. You can see almost 800 damage being secured on that front. Slept also doing quite a bit of work here, right? Coming through with almost 600 damage as an individual. So yeah, Nadeshot, they were cooking out here. But now it's going to be the big one to see not only the assists, but also the amount of assets that came through. But Lord Jaco, I mean, dude was working out of here.
Yeah, nice assist for the team. They played together as a team throughout the course of the map, so no surprise to see solid assists across the board. No individual heroes on BTH. They were playing as a squad, and everything looked good from them in terms of how they were playing and where they were taking their fights until the very end. I actually quite like their rotations throughout the course of mid-map to be able to find all of those kills and assists. But top asset earners are going to come from Leviathan because they got 2 players out. It's going to be Widows and Socio Legend, picking up 5.3 just from the loot that they took out of the map. That's a solid 2 points for them. Add to the total leaderboard. We've seen games, we've seen matches decided by much less than that. Widows getting our MVP because, well, he picked up a ton of that loot value and 3 kills, so, and an assist for the team. Overall, very well-rounded and a difference maker for this Leviathan roster. Made a bad situation into a great one, frankly, with what they were able to accomplish on our second map of the day. So these guys might have some of the lowest playtime, technically speaking, when we were looking at all of those stats, but they have a lot of experience when it comes to this format and the scrims that they've been putting in. They've been putting in some work, and it's showing right now. Folks, you can see it down below. Let's drop a follow on all major socials here with Delta Force and the Delta Force official esports accounts. You're going to follow that X account in particular, always dropping updates about everything going on with the Delta Force Rise series. And there is an official Delta Force Rise series website as well you can check out. If you're on Twitch, it's really easy. You can scroll down to the panels and see Americas and EMEA, whichever region you want to click on, see all the teams, stats, all that type of stuff, calendar, schedule, really important, cool things going on there. But DK and I are going to take a very short break here in the booth. When we come back, we got leaderboards and we got game 3, and we're going to Tide Prison. You're not going to want to miss it.
Members now the odds are in their favor 2v1.
Everything getting spammed away, and MT getting a little. So hang on a second, NL. Look at that! It's an absolute sweat.
This and others just gotta know that they're here. Lines them up, even through the shot. You're nuts. The last remaining 3 BOB, they find 2 instant knocks. The Helm's gonna be hopping off that.
finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data, this doesn't add up. Just do what the AI says.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valves closed. You destroyed our home!
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codename N2, role engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
Got the mantle bricks. Find it. Stop them. Mantle bricks decoded. Nice work, operator.
The time to strike is now. Do not let me down, operator.
Decoding has begun. Defend the area.
Is about to take the first and the brick of the tournament. And they're going to do it.
What goes around, comes around.
Oh, I'm not going to do very much, though. You get barrel stuff. Skydie is getting aggressive.
See what I did there? You ain't seen nothing yet.
Let's knock them off their feet.
There we go. Damage, and there it is. Welcome back, Delta Force Rise Series, Day 2, Week 1, here with Americas. And unfortunately, not smiling this time, Mr. Mendo, because they had a frustrating map number 2 after a banger map 1. Map 2 was all Team Nadeshot for a while. They won the early engagement versus Team Liquid. They get the mantle brick starting to decode, and then they just get the brick. Everybody else fights on the outside of it, so they pick up 5 squad points in total from that rep, but they also got the mantle brick, so it doesn't matter what everybody else has. They're at the top.
Yeah, they're sitting pretty, right? They're feeling comfortable, and now it's all going to be down to who can look to contest it. But of course, we're going to have to wait a little while to see exactly what is going to be happening here. Leviathan, though, I like the fact that they are just focusing quite a bit on the aggression. 10 of those skill points already secured for them here. But I think that it's kind of important to mention that the teams need to find the balance, especially once we get over towards Space City, right? The balance between going for the kills and also then getting that decode successful, right? That is going to be, I think, the key factor that could drive the teams to success here, because we've been seeing quite a few teams not really caring too much about what's happening with the mantle brick.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Tide Prison's an interesting map for many reasons, one of which, though, is the comp meta, if you will, for operators. One, you're going to see probably some double Noxes, and if not double Noxes, you'll at least see one per map, or per team, rather, on this map, because there's a lot of corridors. There's a lot of sneaking around, and there's a lot of times where you can make your footsteps silent and catch some teams unaware. So you're definitely going to see Nox. You will also absolutely see Hatclaw. Those are the two that make the most appearance on this map. And then you do see Morse occasionally as well. And I think it's a good operator for this map because you can kind of sniff out some of these sneaky Noxes. So it's a nice counterplay, but Nox, Morse, and it looks like Byron kind of enters into the third position, mostly because you just kind of can do whatever you want.
Yeah, I think, again, Gizmo is another one of those crawling topics, right? Because we do have a lot of those tight corridors coming through, and especially looking at the spawn locations, this is where the teams need to be very tactful as to how they look to play through this one, right? We could see quite a bit of contention coming through here as we have those T1 spots also, again, being up for grabs to see who is going to be finding themselves in those. But it is going to be go time as we are prepping ourselves, and, I mean, again, the teams are going to be playing an eco round, so we're not expecting to see a whole lot of gold, armor, or even ammo being utilized in this round.
No, definitely not. You won't see anybody kind of waste some of that value, especially because you can only buy gold ammo once during the course of the competition. Must use those lucky wooden sculptures that nobody seems to have gotten yet. So in general, this is going to be all about eco, and it's going to be all about kills. You've already been hyping up how much kills matter. Let's see who gets the first. Team Nadeshot, Team Liquid, Leviathan all close by, but Leviathan first to abscond and run away from a potential engagement. Get the heck out of here. Tide Prison has a lot of verticality to it and a lot of creepy corridors. Team Liquid finding the first coffee beans on the map that we love to hype up. Nice little 345k. But it looks like Leviathan's going to go play on the southern side and potentially being a bang out here with MW immediately at the doorway, meeting them on the south side. Wardens off, it's really important because it also is one of those lucky wooden sculptures, but also get some really good loot. Watch out for that.
Yep. Loot is important, but let's see who is going to look to prioritize a bit of that aggression. Ooh. Gotta watch out for the flamethrowers as well, though, right? I mean, I knew I said things are going to heat up, but that's not the way I meant it. So let's see how the teams are going to look to get themselves positioned through this. I like the fact that Leviathan are definitely looking to commit to the quick play here over in towards Warden, right? I mean, MW, they backed off quite a bit.
Yeah, it wasn't a fight that they could really take without playing through the doorway, which is just a death sentence. So I'd be curious to see how this all wraps up and if they do engage with each other at all. Nice gold bar there from Socio Legend. Again, we're looking for eco. We're looking for economy so that our kits going into the first Mana Brick round would be nice. But speaking of economy, these kills are humongous. BTH picking up Pildora. Mad Win backed off of the fight against Leviathan and right into the loving arms of BTH. And again, double Nox seems to pay off, but MW has answered back. It's going to be a 2v2. Rapid gets a little damage onto him. He's going to have to back up as well, but the eco and utility are landing for the side of both of these teams, actually. MW pretty weak into a 2v1 there, and BTH are going to clean up MW. A nice team wipe yet again. DK, I'm going to be honest, BTH, they're really good at team fights. They're winning a lot of these engagements. If they can piece it all together, this is a squad to watch out for.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen them come through with those third bodies over on Brakkesh, so it's no surprise to see them keeping that same kind of pacing, that same consistency going here as well. But it's all going to be up to whether or not they can sustain that, right? That is going to be the big question I'm going to be looking to have answered here today. But for the time being, the rest of the lobby, they're just going to go about their business. It does seem like LEV is going to start to leave the Warden's office there and go on a little bit of a stroll potentially. But for FX, they might be zip-lining up into a bit of a surprise here.
It's always fun to see the surprises that you can find on Tide Prison. I told you it was sneaky. And it looks like a full trade, actually. Team Nadeshot lose one, FX lose one. And Smile was so far away because they weren't expecting this either. They weren't expecting FX to zip up here in a position where they'll be able to get their res, though. It's slightly more favorable than what FX has to do. Their body is at the top of the zip. No chance they can get up that thing without getting gunned down by Team Nadeshot. So they're going to try to wrap all the way around and potentially play this fight from a different angle, or at the very least, just stay alive and try to do something else on the map. That's a lost cause.
Yeah, sometimes you just gotta, let go of your losses and try and make a better play moving forward from here. Speaking of plays, though, it's gonna be Team Liquid just above the water as they start to creep up. They got FX just up ahead of them. They have a pretty good sense of where they could be looking to spot them. As you can see, quite a bit of caution coming through from Mendo. But now it's just up to finding those exact angles.
Team Liquid looking to get a little lucky on some of these shots, but holding FX here means that Team Nadeshot, no questions asked, can get this res. And there you do see all three up. And they're just standing on the body of FX saying, please try to come get your friend. It's like maybe LEVIATAN will come look at Team Liquid here in a little while. FX is in a really bad spot right now. Player down. They can't actually rotate out from underneath Team Nadeshot without running into Team Liquid. They can't go back to Team Nadeshot because they have to zip up for it. Like, what do you do?
Rock, paper, scissors. Right? Gotta flip
you
the coin.
You gotta hope somebody gets bored, I guess.
Yeah, I think maybe just a coin flip, right? That could maybe be an option here. Is it going to be a wise call? No, most likely not, right? But they're going to have to figure something out here. In the meantime, Team Liquid, they are going to move up. They do come in with a beautiful Suniva setup, and that is actually a bit of a flex play here, I'd say, from them, right? Suniva on Tide is a very strong operator, and I think a lot of times he's partially overlooked.
Well, FX have made their choice. It's the only choice they could make was actually rotate back towards Team Liquid. And kind of great timing for them in their rotation. They're able to skip by part of Team Liquid. And they're going to meet them in a slightly more favorable position. Mendo's actually getting gunned right now. And so Camiosa is just trying to find the angle on him. Maybe to be able to knock Mendo and make this an even fight, 2v3. But you're right. Suniva, a dangerous operator in a couple circumstances on operations, and this is one of them. Tight corridors, and there's a guy with a shield, and he's got a grapple gun that can pull you in and then beat you down. I mean, it's scary out here, especially when your team has player advantage. It's like a 2v2, except you have a walking barrier that you can walk behind to cover you. I'd be blown away if Team Liquid doesn't win this fight.
Yeah, I think the only saving grace is that, Suniva's shield is not something that you can keep up for the entire span of the play here. So there is a few opportunities for them to try and maybe capitalize on the moment when that shield is unequipped. But for the time being, FX, they have really slim pickings with regards to where they can go. As you can see, using Hacklaw just to try and hold up, sending out those detonates every now and again just to get a good read on where the shots are going to come from. But now comes the pressure play, though.
We saw the player kind of float above the ground for a moment because he was getting grappled but couldn't get there. There's the beatdown. There's the knife kill for Team Liquid. A funny interaction, but it's actually extremely useful. Beat him down, knife, and save your ammo for the next engagement. Looking for anything. FX, unfortunately, can't hardly get a win. My goodness, what a brutal round for X. That was just a matter of time. Unless Team Liquid scammed, FX was in such a terrible position. There was nowhere for them to rotate to. It's not often in these maps where you actually can't move, and FX found themselves in one of the only quagmires there is, which was between Team Nadeshot at the top of Zip or right into the hands of Team Liquid in a 3v2. A brutal position to be in, but LEVIATAN won a piece of this action, thinking maybe there's still a fight going on. Is somebody weak over here? Let's go peek over here. Let's go see what we can find. And now Team Liquid in the exact same spot FX was, except they've got a full team of 3, and one of those is a Suniva.
Yeah, I mean, talk about putting yourself in between a rock and a hard place, right? I mean, the receiving side of that Suniva shield is not where you want to be. So let's see how this is going to play out here now for LEVIATAN, as they are now trying to step on up. They put down the scanners so they know exactly where to look for Team Liquid. But this is a very bold call coming through here from LEVIATAN, right? Sending a solo up onto the front line. Yes, there is a little bit of backup coming through from Widows, but Widows is running back and forth between Eclipse and Socio. So there's quite a bit of an angle that he needs to be very aware of.
No.
Yeah, I wonder if Team Liquid is regretting their choices. I mean, they got almost a team wipe. They got 2 out of 3 of the players on FX, which forced a team wipe, so can't be too mad about that. But now, I mean, they're just stuck. You've got to get a knock. You're not going to get it on Team Nadeshot, who's still holding the top of the zip. They still hear shooting down below. They still hear noise. There's no reason for them to leave either. This is an eco round, and what's the best way to get eco? Kills, folks. I'm going to keep saying it over and over again. So you just stick and wait. A couple things happening off screen, but for now, this is the most important fight. It's 3 teams. 2 that can fight. Mindo goes down. What a find from Social Legend. You see the comms come flying in. We have to send this. We've got an advantage. Hodsick and Boy gonna have to be heroes now, and maybe just gonna immediately stick to res. Maybe potentially Leviathan not able to move as fast as they want. While off screen, we've got some loot coming down from our airdrop. Nice pickup there.
Yeah,
oh,
nice little bit of a Rolex flex. This is quite
Yikes.
a turnaround onto Team Liquid, right? I mean, you got to give it up to Leviathan. This is exactly the kind of way to push in onto the position here. So I think they did a stand-up job, but now, of course, then it is going to be Nadeshot.
Leviathan just wiped 2 full teams. That was the craziest turn of events yet again for Leviathan. I told you these guys were stars in the making, and they just picked up 6 kill points and 4.8 mil just from the kills, and they're all still up. Really unfortunate timing for Team Nadeshot. They thought there was no way with the amount of shots that were fired that the fight was done down below, and they were hoping to catch somebody by surprise. But Leviathan had just already full wiped Team Liquid and were fully healed up. They were able to take that fight with ease. It was a free kill. And after all that patience, Team Nadeshot only walked away with 1 single kill and a little bit of loot thrown in safe boxes. What a weird tight prison. We're down to 3 teams.
Yeah. But now the big question is, who's going to be able to extract? Let's take a look back at how this all unraveled for Team Liquid as Leviathan just absolutely pushed into this. And, I mean, absolute pinpoint shots hitting it through the smoke. And then Team Nadeshot just delivering themselves on a platter.
Oh, it's hilarious. Social Legend, if our cams and gameplay are synced up, which I think they are, Social Legend was fixing his headphone when they dropped down on him, and he was able to do a ton of damage before he got killed, and they just immediately got the trades. Like, that was the freest position for them to be in. We're down to 2 teams. MW's been off the map for a while, and there was maybe just saw them there for a second, but it's just BTH and Leviathan, and they're both full teams of 3. So right now it is, let's do the mission if we can. You can see the GTI supply mission is ongoing right now. That's going to give these players an opportunity to get either the AWM, the OM, or the M82. Which again is a huge boon going into especially Space City maps. And it does look like BTH have completed that, so there they go. They get Pua ammo. They're going to get the OM. Ton of value for Space City. But a ridiculous amount of profits for Leviathan, and they should be able to extract here as well. This America's region here for C and D have been much more aggressive.
Yeah, I mean they've definitely chose violence over anything else here. But so far, I mean, it does seem like Leviathan are going to be able to get that fast southern extraction as they are now starting to move into position, just waiting for that timer to go down. But BTH, I'm curious as to what their approach will be. I mean, once Leviathan leave, they are free to extract, right? They can pull the switches and then go to wherever that extract will be. But I don't know if they know that.
Well, I think the only thing they don't know is just like how many teams are left. They're seeing it. Leviathan saw a ton of boxes, so they've got a pretty good idea. BTH, not so sure. We'll get to the extraction point with ease. On the south side of the map. And Widows will get here first just to clear the pathway, and Socio Legend from the top side is looking for anybody rotating this direction, thinking somebody else has got to be channeling this, right? And they want to keep high ground. But no, they're alone down here, at least for a while. I don't know if BTH are going to come all the way down here. They may like you had mentioned, maybe pull some levers to get out through some of the pipes, but I don't know what they'll end up doing with about 4 minutes on the clock. They have time to extract, so you know they're going to prioritize that. Just trying to maximize their loot value, part weapons as needed, and then make their way wherever they want to go. Leviathan on the south, free and clear for an extract. BTH on the north.
So both teams are going for a bit of a swim, it seems. Right, just want to cool off after all that sweaty engagements they found themselves in. As you can see, Slasher, they're just going for a straight-on splash here, partially flying down the zip and kind of just going for a little bit of an airborne approach. But I mean, this is a good play coming in from either one of these two teams, right? They are going to be potentially leaving with quite a bit of value here, as we do see Toot going for that bagless extract. The rest of BTH now having to figure out what their play will be.
Yep, you get one player out. Gonna grab, definitely Toot had the AWM on them. Be able to keep that in hand since it's bagless. Make sure you get out of the map with that. And it looks like Leviathan, thinking there's more players to be found, they're gonna send 2 out, and their third didn't have a ton of loot they desperately needed. Wants to stay on the map and maybe play spoiler to whoever's left on the map. So they'll go looking around to not only find potentially some loot, but maybe a body or two. Again, a single kill could be the difference between you getting second or third or fourth, and that matters in group stages. And they are just missing each other.
And it's also $50.
Yeah, true. Hey, we'll take any cash we can get our hands on.
I mean, looking at the kill counts, though, we do see BTH, they are currently only sat on 3, where we did see Leviathan, they're all the way up to 6, right? So they've definitely been capitalizing on a lot of the chaos that we've been seeing here, right? But of course, a lot of those kills did come in from the takedowns that they got over on Team Liquid, and of course, the players then from Team Nadeshot. So no surprise really in that department, as you can see there. Socio contributing 3 kills to the board here. Widows could maybe look to find 2 more as well, right? Also putting him up onto 3. So this could still be an opportunity for them to go a little bit crazy, but there is a major gap currently between them and, of course, where BTH currently is situated.
Couple quick notes, too. I mean, BTH, not surprised to see them be pretty kill-heavy in general in this map and in other maps. They've been finding really great team fights. Thinking back to the scrims that they played, they tied for second most in the entire scrims, and unfortunately I was hyping them up and we're losing to Raven. He's scary though. You gotta make sure you don't die to the boss on the map. But 20 kills, they tied for second most. And on day 3, they played in a couple of them. Day 3 of the scrims, in both maps 6 and 7, they had 6 kills apiece. They wiped 2 full teams in both maps they played. These guys can slay out. Just a matter of getting the wins, and they are having fun on the map, dying to the boss after all that. After all that, Raven has more kills than some of our players. That is crazy.
Yep, that's the reason why Raven is the boss, right? Kind of just making a few calls here. Let's see whether Widows.
I've never seen that.
Imagine Widows takes him down, as manages to actually take down Raven, right? I mean, those could have been 2 kills coming through from the side of BTH, but not quite sure if anything is going to happen at this point. We still see the boss just lurking in the background there. It's pretty low in health, so this could be a nice little bit of bragging rights. Yep, there we have it. Widows makes it look effortless.
What a weird way to end a pretty hot map. Tide Prison, it always surprises you, man. Not only you can get jump scared trying to zip up, but also a team gets sandwiched between Team Liquid and Team Nadeshot gets killed, and then Team Liquid becomes the middle of that sandwich. They get killed. Leviathan finding a ton more kills on the map. They've got a crazy amount of kill points. BTH swinging around the map trying to find anybody. Can't find anybody after their early engagement. Tide Prison some fun stuff here at map number 3, but it's going to be Leviathan that come out on top. They pick up 2 full team wipes. That is 6 kills, folks. 4.8 mil, 6 kill points, and they get 5.4 mil out of the map. That is a gigantic map for them. Everything working out well for Leviathan. Luck is on their side today, and their skill is, I guess, making that luck. I don't know.
Yeah, they were definitely cooking up quite a bit here. But of course, right, they had that successful extraction in the on Brakkesh, now going in towards Tide, having another good run as well. So things are looking pretty decent indeed for them. And yeah, they have the kills to back it up. 6 kills going their way. BTH picking up the 3. We do see Team Liquid walking away with 2 here. But Fluxo and Nadeshot only finding themselves 1. And unfortunately for MW, that early push coming through from BTH towards them didn't really allow them to get all that much happening in this round.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate eco round for MW. Everybody else found a little bit of value, but Socio Legend found the most. 3 total kills, ton of value just for him into his bank account. Nice little 2.4 mil, and BTH finding 2 there. Tute finding 2 and finding the AWM as well. Remember, they did extract through Bagless, so the only member of their team not to die to Raven. FX, solid damage there from Tamiyazo. And Socio Legend popping up on this as well. And Slep does put up 406 damage in general. He was kind of the entry fragger against that original engagement with FX. Probably threw some shots down against Team Liquid, but yeah, some decent rounds. Widow's finding some solid assists for the team. Leviathan playing well together, and you see all Leviathan on all of the assists because they all fought together and found a ton of kills.
Yeah, I mean, assistance definitely going a very long way, and those 6 kills amounting to quite a bit for them. But as we look at our top assets owners, we do see Eclipse and Social Legend also still making it out with a decent bit of bank there. Toot also tooting his own horn, right? 2.7 mil is going to serve quite well for the squad, but it's all going to come down to what they can do stepping into round number next. But before we get there, we got to take a look at our MVP. It's none other than Social Legend coming through with those 3 operator kills, 2 million in the bag, and of course then 441 damage, and a very heavily assisted hand coming in there as well. So yeah, Leviathan definitely doing quite a bit of work in this past round.
Yeah, I mean, things were kind of handed them on a silver platter to some degree. They get that entry knock on Team Liquid when they had them trapped, and that worked out well. And then, of course, when Team Nadeshot just jumped down the zip line, made either a mistake or a full sin, thinking there was still a fight going on, they just walked into the barrels of their opponents. So, well-earned, certainly, from Leviathan, and the ability to get out of the map means they easily had the best game here on Tide Prison. But we're going to take a very short break here in the booth. When we come back, yes, leaderboard as we prepare for our first Space City map, but also another brick round. And we've got a team on match point. This could be the end. You never know.
Two members, now the odds are in their favor, 2v1. Everything getting spammed away, MT getting a little...
So hang on a second, NL! Look at that! It's an absolute swing!
And Elizabeth's gotta know that they're here. Lines them up, even through the shot. You're a nut! For the last remaining 3 BOB, they find 2 instant knocks. The Elm's gonna be hopping off that.
My name is Hotsik, and I play Recon and Smokes for my team. A little over a year ago, Mendo just messaged me one day on Discord and just asked if I we were both kind of bored and looking for a game to play, and he just asked if I wanted to play Delta Force, and I guess here we are now. I've been heavily addicted to it ever since. Yeah, the roster is myself, Mendo, and Boy, with Precision as the sub. Mendo's kind of come from all over the place in terms of shooters. He's played Overwatch. I know he dabbled a lot in Counter-Strike and Valorant, and did a little bit of Apex as well. So he's kind of been around the block. Precision and Boy were his friends in Valorant, so he brought them along. He thought he got them into Delta Force as well, and kind of caught them up to speed on the game and taught them how to play it. So we're kind of all around from all over the place, and playing together. This game has been very interesting because it feels like a fusion of like our backgrounds with theirs, and it's really cool. I think the biggest thing that sets our team apart is experience. I've been to very many LANs, couple as a player, mostly as a coach, but I have the experience. I know what it's like. And Mendo and Boy have also been competing in FPS for a very long time. So I think we have a lot of more experience than most rosters, at least right now. I think I'm most proud of just because we have that experience. It's mostly, I really enjoy the fact that when things go bad, like horribly wrong in practice and scrims, like we all have the experience to know that no one's, insulting each other or yelling at each other. We all just want to get better at the game, and there's a mutual respect there. And I think that's a really important thing for teams. I've only played in one Delta Force tourney so far. I played with Equal and Nowhere a little while back, and I had only played for like 3 days prior, so I was definitely a little bit nervous because it's new territory for me. But Nowhere got picked off very early in a Space City game, and I was left alone behind like the planters against the wall for like by Westgate for at least like a minute, just pretty much fending for my life. I was on my own. I managed to get out, kill one person, and then we also rotated around and we res Nowhere, and I think we won that game to win the tournament. So it was a pretty crazy game, and probably one I'll remember for a while. I mean, it's got to be the clutch 1v3s. Even like a year later, they still feel good every single time, especially when it's against really good players, and you can tell. There's nothing quite like it when your teammates die early, but you happen to kill every single player on the team. It's like I said, even a year later, it gets the adrenaline pumping. I think we could probably win pretty easily. There's some competition in A for sure, but I think we are just a group of hard workers that are constantly trying new things, and we have our eye on the prize, and we know how to get there, and we work well enough together as a team that we can, despite us being later to the game, I think our experience can carry us a lot throughout this tournament.
Got the Mandel brick. Find and stop them. Mandel brick decoded. Nice work, operator.
The time to strike is now. Do not let me down, operator.
Decoding has begun. Defend the area.
Is about to take the first and the brick of the tournament. And they're going to do it.
What goes around comes around.
Oh, I'm not going to do very much. You get barrel stuff. Steiny is getting aggressive.
See what I did there? You ain't seen nothing yet.
Let's knock them off their feet.
There we go. Much damage, and there it is. Welcome back, Delta Force Rise Series, Day 2, Week 1, Americas, and we're moving into our first Space City round, and I'm pumped to see another Mandel brick on the map. Listen, I like eco rounds, and so does Leviathan, apparently, because they pick up a ton of value at the end of round 3. Look at our totals now. It's still Team Nadeshot at the top, DK, but Leviathan on 27 squad points because they have 16 kills in 3 maps. That is ridiculous.
even though we did see Raven going down, none of that is part of the 16, right? Unfortunately, that is not going to be the case. But I mean, that creates quite a bit of an expectation here for Leviathan coming into this next round to see if they can get their hands on one of those Mandel bricks. But I mean, for Team Nadeshot, right, this could be their opportunity to wrap things up early. But based on what we've seen so far, you know, just looking back over onto that past tight prison, I don't know. If they can change it up, they could maybe look to play the upset here. But of course, speaking about operators, this is where we are going to be seeing quite a few of those Tempests now stepping out onto the field itself to show us who means business and who's going to try their hand at getting a cheeky quick extract, especially with these T1 spawns.
Yeah, let's talk about T1 spawns went to Team Nadeshot and MW, so neither of those two teams could get the T1 spawns there at Westgate and Employee Passage 2. I think that's worth noting, but at the same time with Space City, man, sometimes you just put your head down and sprint at the point, sprint at the mantle brick, and you might get there first even if you're not a T1 spawn. We all know the Westgate spawn is a little bit dangerous depending on what the team at Dormitory does, so watch out for that early engagement as well. Make sure you smoke it correctly, dodge a few arrows, dodge some triple blasters or whatever util comes your way. You should be fine. First to the brick doesn't always get the brick, but in Space City, sometimes it does. Watch out for Tempest. We know that FX already used one of their Tempests. I would expect them not to have a Tempest in this round. FX is going to play probably more Engineers, a little bit slower, more contained, more zoning off. And in general, looks like I am right. We've got no Tempest for FX. Everybody else running the first Tempest.
It's almost like you knew these things in advance, right? It's like great predictions coming through on that one. But we also are looking at a lot more golds now that are going to be starting to trickle in here. As you can see, none coming through for the side of MW as they try to spray over on towards that west bridge all the way from Dormitory. But unfortunately for them, right, Team Nadeshot, they have been able to sneak on in. But look at that full-on rush just heading over on towards the Mandel Brick. I mean, we've got Leviathan moving in, we've got BTH moving in, we've got Team Liquid moving in. 4 squads descending down upon just that one single Mandel Brick.
Yet again, FX surprised me because they don't have Tempest. They're not going for the brick. They're actually going to play Central Command, top side of the map. Everybody else, like you mentioned, going for the brick. Even MW going to be showing up to the brick a little bit late there in the green, off to the side. But quick look at the gear. Leviathan also bringing in all gold. Does look like Team Nadeshot going to be doing a lot of the same. Team Nadeshot want to end it right here. In the meantime, Team Liquid are pulling ridiculous loot. Boy pulls 2 million in reds, and we're pulling coffees while Leviathan's trading bullets to their teammates to make sure they're ready to go with that AWM. Wow, okay. Hey, listen, it's a game about kills, but a little bit of loot here and there goes a long way.
It's almost turning into a game of coffee as well, right? With the amount of coffee beans we've been seeing come out of here just today, it is looking pretty good, pretty great. But now it's all down to what the teams are going to look to do. And of course, we're just waiting for those Tempest cooldowns to kind of run their course, as now is where we could be seeing quite a bit of that action coming through as the ultis are ready.
Yeah, watch out for Tempest going for the brick. Nobody has touched it yet. Everybody's setting up in a position they feel more comfortable in. MW not too worried about the mantle brick yet, thinking somebody else is going to grab it first. We didn't have a priority spawn, and that's exactly what's happening. Leviathan been playing extremely aggressive throughout the course of today's competition. And I say this phrase often when it comes to mantle brick rounds. Fortune sometimes favors the bold. For Leviathan, that was about as free as it gets, and they immediately plant. This is a very fun decoding station. Get a chance to see how the teams hold it down. It does look like immediately red. Team Nadeshot making a lot of noise as they try to play from underground. As they come up the stairs, immediately shots are fired, but they'll back up. Going to make sure that they're all able to stay alive. You do see Slep go down, but that's with the Tempest ult, so should be no problem. Unless Socio Legend can find an angle, which I don't think he can. Does find an angle on MW, though, who over peeks through the windows, thinking, can they shoot through this? I don't know. Yeah, you certainly do know. You got crazy amount of hours in this game. Just a mistake. MW gonna have to back off and hopefully keep their players alive.
Yeah, I mean, so far it's not looking all too risky for MW just yet. They do have quite a bit of decent coverage to try and bring themselves back on their feet. But I am a lot more intrigued as to what could be happening here. Quick look back at how it all went. Leviathan definitely trying to back quite a bit of heat here, and this was that play descending down upon MW. Quick shot through the window, but not too much of a send though.
Team Liquid finding a few more reds off screen, but the main action is around the decoding station. Do see that MW are underneath. Leviatan still in control of the decoding station. You know the minimap doesn't look that way. Team Nadeshot right underneath, two members of Leviatan, the other on the opposite side, holding ramp. Talk about ramp being a win condition for holding this decoding station. There's three teams here, but Leviatan are in complete control. Feeling relatively safe where they're positioned. BTH could make this a lot more difficult. If somebody starts playing over the storage crates, Leviathan don't actually have a true hold anymore because Eclipse is no longer safe out in the open holding ramp.
It's going to be a risky play, right? Whichever way you look at it here, but it doesn't seem like BTH is going to be looking to do all too much just yet. So for the time being, Leviathan, decent setup here, but it is going to be up to Team Nadeshot to see if they can make anything happen with regards to this Vandal break, right? They already have one in the bag. If they want to end it early, they're going to have to try and push, but now it's going to be MW starting a little bit of action here.
Just need to play safe and find the angle on the decoding station. The hard part for MW is this. Their access point to get up to Leviathan is up these stairs, which is going to be right past Team Nadeshot. So MW's got to make a choice. Do we want to go outside, work our way around, try to come up ramp, or do we want to work our way through two full teams to get to the decoding station? We don't really have time for that. There's 70 seconds on the clock right now to steal the brick. And finally, Team Liquid are joining the edge of this fight. No, Team Nadeshot overextends. Socio Legend getting extremely aggressive because he's using Tempest ult. Finds one, finds two, dropping down. Not able to get the full and will get traded out. But Crisp gets fulled. So Smile gets back up on his feet, but here comes Team Liquid on the backside of MW. MW heard the shot. MW wanted to move, but now they're getting shot in the back. They can't. Team Liquid invest their Tempest ult. Gonna be on CD. And MW don't really have anywhere to go. They need to fight Team Liquid. They need to go outside. This is best case scenario for Leviathan. Leviathan just gets to sit here and take another free brick. They're first, but the second free brick, I don't think anybody's going to hit this decoding station unless it's BTH on top of storage containers.
I mean, that could be a play, right? As you can see, they are starting to move on forward, but whatever they choose to do, they have to be really quick about it because the timer is running out. We're down to just under 20 seconds, and this could be exactly that mad dash coming through from the side of BTH. They start to push on forward. Zoot now getting very, very close, almost getting his hands on it, but so far still being denied access. He gets all right up close and personal, but not going to be close enough.
Nobody can wipe all of Leviathan. Leviathan will still stand alive and stand with the brick. They're going to be joining Team Nadeshot at the top of the leaderboard, and then now all hell's going to break loose. Bodies are falling left, right, and center. BTH finally shooting back against Leviathan. Leviathan down to a solo. MW joining the party, taking down two members of Team Nadeshot as well. Team Nadeshot able to answer back, and now it's Slept last alive for the team, picking up one in transition, but having to run because he's got a couple players hot on his heels. BTH find Widows. Leviathan die, but they got the brick. That's all they wanted. Everything's good in the Leviathan camp. They got a ton of squad points. They have so many kills on the map in general. This is a great map for them, and now it's a bloodbath to see who's going to be joining the ranks. In third place is really where they can find themselves on the leaderboard.
Well, I mean, third place, not the worst place to be, as we are only now on round number 4, but I mean, you want to try and climb up that as best you can, but look at the spray of the Team Liquid getting absolutely evaporated as FX is just so relentless with the charge here. And of course, so much now happening all across the board, all the teams just descending down upon this one singular position here. But BTH, though, there is still a golden opportunity for them to try and find quite a bit of value in this round. I mean, they've got 20 points in the bag. FX also can look to capitalize 13 points. not too much of a gap between them and that third place finish. But I'm going to be really looking at Nadeshot, right? They still have one player in the mix that is going to be slept, but can he actually find something to creep closer to LEVIATAN?
Anything Slep can find, especially one, he's got to get the full here, and he's able to do just that. Anything he can find is a win. Remember, he's going to be up there in first or second place, depending on, oh, really unfortunate timing, but a little bit of help from MW. Right when he could have died, Pildora is able to trade out BTH. Slep is still alive, but he's got footsteps right on his heels. I don't think he knows where to go. It's utter chaos around him. He should fall here, no problem. As FX trap him amidst two, he's almost able to get another, but down goes Team Nadeshot. We'll take what we can get. But in the meantime, LEVIATAN should take top of the leaderboard pretty handedly, since Slep didn't find a crazy amount of value and potentially get out. That was the only way they could close the gap in terms of points. Now trying to tie for first should put them well within second place. So now we look back towards who's going to be in third place. Probably going to be the winner of this map. Everybody else is decently close in points. And these kills have a ton of value, especially when a team like BTH are bringing in golds, much like a couple of the other rosters.
Now let's see who's going to be able to lock this one out. BTH though for Toot. I mean, not too much of a challenge, but it's going to be a very kind of separated approach that he needs to try and take here if he wants to survive this. But MW right here in front of him is going to help alleviate quite a bit of the pressure coming through from the side here of FX. Not sure who's going to be the next one to take this engagement, but it is going to be a potential standoff for BTH to try and capitalize on. I mean, FX, this could be their ticket as well, right? They could really look to lock in the aggression here, get those kills secured. And the same goes for MW. It's all going to be down to who gets their hands on the shots first. A beautiful play. It's going to be through here from Toot. Finds quite a bit of decent damage. Not enough to convert it into a takedown just yet. He's going to follow it up though here as Fernandez. He's going to start to try and advance. And a very slow and steady play coming through from the side of FX.
And they're staying patient because they have a full team of 3 up and they have a really good position. This would be a nade for the ages if we can land it correctly. MW have been extremely resilient in all of these engagements, still have all 3 up as well. BTH down to a solo. 3v3v1. FX in a fairly powerful position, but Rapids does have a very powerful gun, and he tries to take his time, and sometimes when you take too much time, misaligned shot, and a miss there is extremely expensive for the side of MW. Ooh. Oh, especially when you get sniped right back, gold ammo, right to the dome. Fernandez gets the early knock and thinks they have a free and clear push onto an engagement that they have player advantage on, but Pildora's got a great wrap that is immediately sniffed out. Yes, it's with the Temp Assault, and he goes into what could be safety, but he should get cleaned up no problem. MW tried to make a big play, and unfortunately, I think they're going to be down to a duo that are about to get sent by a full team of 3, and maybe Toot comes and joins this fight because he hears the gunpowder.
Yeah, you can see Toot is just kind of waiting for his time, right? He's just trying to time that play to perfection. But in the meantime, Toot is going to maybe try and bring one of his teammates back into the fight. We'll see whether or not that is going to be a thing, but I don't think that is going to happen as everybody's now gone to X's, and it's all up to Toot to try and carry the torch moving forward. But a good exchange up ahead of him here, as you can see FX and MW expending so much of their resources right here. We still have 6 minutes left on the clock, so there's still quite a bit that could take place.
Still some decent engagements that matter. Going for the lever pulls to start this extraction. It's a win to get the kills, and Toot's going to find a freebie. Listen, I know we like to kill rats. Fortunately, sometimes the rats do get paid. They find a little bit of cheese. And that's a kill point. That's 800k for Toot. It was the only play he could make. He's got to be a rat as a solo on a map with trios left. Find what he can. He can't even res his teammates. Slow-paced gameplay. These points matter. Talk about tiebreakers. Talk about squad points, kill points, all of that. Yes, mantle breaks matter the most, but for the first time... Oh, this time gets punished on the peak. But for the first time in Delta Force kind of operations history, placement matters in every match you play. So these points are really valuable.
Yeah, take a quick look back at how this shot landed here. As you can see, Rapid scoped in. Bam!
Bang!
Lands the hit, and out they go. Beautiful play coming through here from Rapid. But of course, there's still a few eliminations up for grabs here, right? There's still FX in this round here. So curious to see just how they are going to look to tackle this, as FX is going to try and bring themselves back up to full form. And that could definitely help them advance further up the board. But there's only 2 kills available, so they're going to have to find a way to make that count.
And Loud was able to pull that 2.1 mil red off of, I think it might have been Team Liquid that died with it. I had to look back. There's a lot going on that was pulled, but 2.1 mil added is a single extra point. It's like finding another kill on the map in late game. Great value add. And right now, it's just about maximizing that loot value. There it is. Not sure why that wasn't in a... Maybe that was the team that found it. There's no way that wasn't in a safe box when it was found. I wonder if that team actually was the one that found it, and they were just optimizing their safe boxes and passing it between teammates. That's probably what happened.
Could be.
Black box. Black box is crazy find, man. 2x3, 2.1 mil. Shoot. I need this type of RNG in my life.
Yeah. Where's this loot when you are looking for it? I mean, okay, so it was Team Liquid Boy actually picked it up.
Oh, you found it in the back. How was that not in a safe box? Interesting. I wonder if maybe they found it and immediately were in engagement. I'll need to watch back the VOD during the break to figure that one out. That's a tough call. Maybe somebody in chat picked up on why. If Boy was the one that found the black box, unless there was 2 that was found. No way, right?
Yeah, no, I've only seen the one. Because Team Liquid, so they found the black box, and then Mendo found the coffee. Right, the coffee beans.
All right, we'll figure it out during the break. Yeah, well, I'm not sure. I don't know how this team is able to pick it up in late game then. Maybe it was prioritizing ammo in the safe box. Kept it in the bag, but... All right, last engagement over the extraction, folks. As much as we like to watch players loot, this last fight's going to be a fun one. Could be a shared extraction if they're not careful. We got 1 minute and 40 seconds on the clock. 20-second spread between game clock and extraction. Only place to get out of the map right now. Especially when you want this fight and you want these points.
This is essential for MW to try and get those kills, right? That's the only way that they are going to be able to lock it in. But FX just denying all of that happening here. Quick place, though.
No.
And that is Rapid down FX. They are going to have a very comfortable extraction here. And, I mean, it's not like they're worried about time, right? They still have 1 minute left on that extraction, so they could actually look to fill up their coffers with as much as they can find here.
Brutal. That is, we call that overcooked in the biz. It felt like MW was overcooking some sort of rotation and was just kind of out in the open. Didn't have any intel, didn't know where their opponents were. They knew generally they needed to be around the extraction point, but didn't have the intel of where they actually were on the map and just get cut down in rotation. I mean, that wasn't even close, unfortunately, but FX were able to get a couple more kills. That's nice value for them, and especially because they're getting out, all 3 getting out. Turns out FX are the big winners in this one. The only team to not bring in a Tempest find themselves as the last team on the map. And we take those for FX. That'll be very solid loot value, kill points to secure 3rd place overall. That'll put them in a good position to play for the mantle break in the next round.
Yeah, and that's the kind of setup that you want to have coming into these final few rounds. And yeah, there we have it, right? 22 points on the board for FX. A successful extraction is going to be coming their way as well. And I mean, Leviathan, they are going to be feeling pretty stoked about that, right? Getting that Mandel brick decoded and essentially getting it for free.
Getting the brick for free, yeah, it didn't feel like it was free at first because there were so many teams around them, but they kind of stopped each other from playing for the brick. Everybody was fighting on the low side. People were getting third-partied, and it's the kind of age-old story. You know, I don't want to hype up Spacestation Gaming too much because they've already got egos the size of the moon, but it's very well worth it. They were the best team yesterday, and Leviatan was the best team on this map with a single kill, but they got the brick, so well earned. But what Killzone said in the interview is true. Their motto is that you can't rely on other teams to fight for you, right? You can't rely on other teams to take the brick away and reset it. You have to do it yourself. And this last map felt like everybody was waiting for somebody else to make a move. Oh, we have time to rotate up to Central Command because somebody else will reset the brick and we'll get there late. No, you don't have time. Leviatan get the brick first. They put the brick in the coding station and they get it for free. Big map from Leviatan. Yeah, they got a kill. That's nice, but they got the brick, and that's most of what matters. But FX clean up everybody else. 7 kills is a ridiculous total there in map number 4. That's 7 kill points. That's going to put them leaps and bounds above the rest, up to 3rd place overall as the only team without a brick that will have a ton of points. Not only 7 points, but also that's 5.6 mil in technicality that they earned, and they all got out. DK, that's a giant game.
Yeah, I mean, they are going to be smiling when it comes to the economy and the available assets that they have. It is insane. But what's also insane is Damiyozo's play here. 6 kills going his way. I mean, Fluxo doing an absolutely phenomenal job. As you can see, Damiyozo again coming through with the damage. Just absolutely representing for his team. 747 damage. They were just absolutely menacing out on the battlefield here.
That's right, and FX, again, you can see them leading the assist category as well, playing as a team the entire time. Makes a ton of sense to me. Finding solid amount of assists. Pildora finding nice one as well. Saw Pildora get paid on a flank earlier in the competition, finding a kill of his own. So MW showing signs of life for sure, but unfortunately unable to string together too many good games. They're still going to be near the bottom of the leaderboard. FX up at 3rd place. And here are the top asset earners. It's all FX, except for Loud, because we have 4.2 from Uemura and Fernandez at 3.5 as they extract. Loud picks up 2.3 because he had that black box in his safe box, if I remember correctly. So that's a solid amount of value considering he didn't make it out of the map.
Yeah, unfortunate that, of course, we only saw that one black box being picked up. But what's not unfortunate is our MVP. It's none other than Damiyozo picking up 2 million worth of assets, 6 operator kills, and an absolute insane amount of damage being secured here as well. So, yeah, Fluxo, they had a pretty decent run on our very first Space City here today.
Yeah, solid map. Again, I think they let everybody else kind of do the dirty work for them, and then they're able to pick up the trash. So it worked out in this map in terms of getting points. They need a brick, though, and they need to be playing for the brick. They were way too late to get engaged. Well, everybody was way too late to engage. Everybody thinking somebody else would do the work for them. Take the game into your own hands. Grab the game by the throat and hopefully get that mana brick. That is the only win condition on this map right now, is you got to have a mana brick. Folks, we're going to take a very short break here in the booth. When we come back, it'll be Space City again, and we'll have 2 teams that could close it out in Game 5. You're not going to want to miss it.
Two members, now the odds are in their favor, 2v1.
Everything getting spammed away, and MT getting a little... So hang on a second, NL! Look at that! It's an absolute sweat!
Lines them up, even through the shot, you're nuts! For the last remaining 3 BOB, they find 2 instant knocks. The Helm's gonna be hopping off that.
Real charge hit. Got him.
For some, success is measured by bodies in bags. Maybe that suits them. But to me, it's measured in hearts that keep beating. You with me?
Goes around, comes around.
Oh, not gonna do very much though. You get barrel stuff. Skydie is getting aggressive.
See what I did there? You ain't seen nothing yet.
Let's knock them off their feet.
There we go. There it is. Welcome back, Delta Force Rise Series, Day 2, Week 1 Americas, and we've got two teams with a Mandel Brick. A dominant performance there from Leviathan to pick up the second Mandel Brick here on Space City. Just wrapped up Map 4. Moving into Map 5, it's Space City yet again. Let's take a look at the scores. It's not close at the top. We got two teams that, of course, are at the top because of their Mandel Bricks, but Leviathan in a commanding lead over everybody else with their squad points. But take a look at Fluxo. FX moved up the leaderboard dramatically after a banger last map, picking up 7 kills. 7 kills in the last map. They had 5 total in all the maps before that, DK. A huge jump for them as we get into Space City again. 2 teams can close it out. But if FX get a brick, watch out. They could be near the top.
Yeah, and that is what the race is going to be for, right? To see, firstly, who can get their first brick or who could wrap it up right here. Two teams are going to be looking to play for that match point, so there's going to be a lot of riding on the line here. As you can see, everybody has played their Tempest so far, so it's going to be interesting to see what the operator choice is going to be moving into this next round.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a lot of the same. I think there's some teams that may say, hey, we're going to go at least one more, so let's save our last Tempest. I think that's a mistake. You got to play for the game that you're on right now. You need to play for the win, for yourself. Don't rely on anybody else. Should see a Tempest from most of our teams. Quick look at the spawns, though. Get a chance to see who could potentially be a T1 spawn going into Space City. It'd be Team Liquid this time, getting to the brick first, but we'll see as the players are already loading in. Let's jump straight into the match. All that hypothetical, all the hypotheticals on what they could run and how they were running it is all about to be answered in just a moment. I'm looking for highly aggressive plays. Take control of the game. Put fate into your own hands. Let's get the brick. Let's start the decode. The two teams that have gotten the brick first in each of these 2 rounds and put the brick into the decoding station first have gotten the brick. There has not been a single mantle brick steal at a decoding station in the entirety of day 2 here with Americas. MW get T1 spawn. They're going to be at Westgate, already smoking, trying to get through as fast as possible, as Dormitory is probably going to be hot on their heels. Team Liquid looking for some early engagements from a distance, and they'll get it. Crisp goes down. If they can somehow find him through the smoke, that'd be a nice start for Team Liquid.
Well, that is exactly what we want to see happen here. And of course, meanwhile, MW, right, with their T1 spawn just casually strolling forward into that center position. But I like the heat, I like the sweats. And again, right, this is the second round in which we see Team Liquid and Team Nadeshot getting into a very early altercation. So, yeah, I mean, previously it was Nadeshot that got the jump onto Team Liquid. It does seem like Team Liquid is going to try and turn the tables on them.
Well, we've all played Space City. You know that these spawns can see each other very quickly, so you do have to be very careful right when you hop into the map. FX even going for a swim here to potentially make a big flank or catch somebody by surprise as they're actually rotating all the way down towards where Tamiozo is on the south side, going towards Bridge maybe. Team Nadeshot have stabilized, though. They're going to make their way towards mid-map and join the likes of MW all around the brick. Quick look at operator choices. Seeing a Tempest from everybody but Team Nadeshot. They elected to not bring a Tempest in, running D-Wolf, Shepard, Aluru. Everybody else has a Tempest to play with right now. Team Nadeshot thinking, because we already have a brick, we can actually pull it, lay off a little bit, and potentially save it for the next round. We'll see if that works out for them.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely crucial here. That gold ammo is going to help quite a bit, especially for the teams that are going to look to apply quite a bit of pressure now, moving up towards that Mandel break. But it does seem like BTH and MW, both teams getting exceptionally close. But it's going to be MW, the first one to get their hands on that brick, and off they go. Unfortunately, though, Leviathan and, of course, the side of Team Nadeshot, those are going to be the squads that want to try and secure this decode. So I'm curious to see if anybody is going to look to change hands this time around.
Well, there's nobody within a country mile besides BTH. BTH are right across here. They are. They're on the way over, but they're nowhere near. I mean, they're still working their way through Black Chamber right now, looting up as they go. Everybody seems totally unconcerned that MW have gotten the brick and planted the brick. Yet again, could we see another free brick? Because everybody else is looking for kills. I don't know. But we'll have 3.5 minutes to find out. As Team Liquid got some early blood on Team Nadeshot, but are now looking at Leviathan, or Leviathan rather, across the way, thinking if they want to engage this or maybe make their way back towards mid-map.
Definitely a very interesting day that we've had so far, with the teams not placing that much importance over onto the Mandel break. I mean, of course, right, all the teams getting their hands on these free decodes, those are extra points for them come end of day. So I wonder at which point the teams are going to look to maybe change this up and kind of shift a little bit of that focus back onto the Mandel bricks as well, right? I mean, those are essentially the most important bits. As we just see the shots now raining down on towards BTH. One of their players getting propped on down. Confirmation not in just yet, but there is going to be still quite a bit of an opportunity here now for FX to rain down a bit of chaos onto BTH.
Yeah, BTH losing one. Chris taking down the boss. Not a ton much else going on. BTH just got caught in transition. And still no one near the mantle brick. I mean, nobody's even close right now. BTH are still chilling in Black Chamber. They're the closest to the mantle brick, and they lost Ka to the team from the distance. So from FX, and they're not even going to be able to get this full res either. Like, what a weird map already. FX again finding one from distance. They are shooting this game. Team Nadeshot, Chris going down again. But finally, FX getting a little taste of what they've been dishing out. BTH finding an angle to take down Fernandez.
Let's see, again, they follow through on this. Is going to be Dude pretty low here, but he is going to try and push up with that ulti to see if maybe he can bag and snag himself a little bit of some here. Oh, but Damioso absolutely on fire. Just looking at that player cam. Damioso enjoying that a little bit, maybe too much. He's just like shaking his head and laughing all over the place. So Jaco quickly retreating back, getting himself properly healed up. But I mean, this is just a lot of pressure being applied here on the outskirts. And in the meantime, Team Nadeshot, though, they are going to make a play for essentially that decoding station.
Unfortunately, while they were trying to rotate over to the mantle brick, LEVIATAN has picked up 2 members of Team Nadeshot. Team Nadeshot is down to a solo, Crisp, who's on D-Wolf. Everybody else on their team's done. So the chances of Crisp getting to this decoding station for free is basically 0. You can see him underground. This is about to be our 3rd free brick in a row. What is happening in the C and D groups? Everybody content to go for kills and just say, yeah, we'll figure it out when we get there. Nobody has any ideas who actually is decoding this. They might have a general idea based on who they're fighting. But MW, the only pressure now coming from LEVIATAN, and now FX coming up ramp. But somebody's got to make a move for the decoding station right now. 14 seconds on the clock. BTH back to a duo, but they're nowhere to be found. LEVIATAN going to try to barrel stuff their opponents, and MW goes back towards where the brick is, trying to stay alive, but he goes down. LEVIATAN able to get it in the final second. Yes! Perfect play at the right moment. No longer will there be free bricks. LEVIATAN is trying to win it right here, right now. They steal the brick, and we're back to 3.5 minutes.
Waited quite a few rounds to get to this point, to see the mantle brick change hands for the first time here today, but now it's going to be FX looking to keep MW at bay. Beautiful play coming in here, but now it's still riding on the shoulders of Rapid to see what he can do. FX down to a solo. It's quite a bit of pressure now riding on the shoulders. Let's see, can they kind of piece this one back together? In fact, they do have that duo up looking to defend, as they are going to try and sneak their way up to steal that mantle brick back yet again. And I love this change up here.
This is a great play from FX. They've been playing ramp this entire time. We talked about ramp being a winning condition for this decoding station. They've got a lot of power right now over the map because of the sight lens they're able to hold. They know they're not getting flanked. They've got that covered. They make the move right when LEVIATAN loses a member to Team Liquid off screen. Team Liquid is playing slow, but it's actually working this time. They're letting others do the dirty work for them, and finally it works. They pick up 1 member of LEVIATAN who can't go back to steal the brick yet because they're so worried about getting shot in the back. The only team not worried about getting shot in the back right now is FX, and they now have control of the mantle brick decoding station. A big spot to be in, but MW have fully restabilized. Expect to see a couple more steals try to come in when these Tempest ults come off cooldown.
Yeah, it seems like there's going to be some pretty high stakes at play yet again. LEVIATAN again feeling that heat now, only left with 1. Not quite sure Socio is going to be able to do anything, but Chris just cooking it up here, getting beautiful trades. And this is going to be that play now from Team Nadeshot to try and get themselves back into contention.
And Lord Jocko off screen has picked up the last remaining member of LEVIATAN. Everywhere LEVIATAN tried to run to and hide, they got shot by a different team. I think every single one of their members died to somebody else. The LEVIATAN are out of this map. They cannot close things out. And Team Nadeshot have stabilized to some degree as a duo now after getting that res and getting the kill on Mindo. Doing a really good job here to actually be able to be a player on the map at all. Now, FX have taken down the ulting Tempest from MW. Pildora, who's trying to make a play. And now that they finally have some pressure on their back, this could be a moment for somebody else to go for the steal. MW maybe could make a play for the brick right now while BTH is coming up ramp and contesting FX. They're not even contesting them. They're starting to kill them. One member of FX down. The second, though, answering back on the ulting Tempest from BTH. It's still a fight. We've still got a game in our hands. And this is trading of blows left, right, and center. TL's actually finding part of Team Nadeshot off screen as well. Getting a bit of revenge.
Oh, absolute upsets. It doesn't seem like things are going to end here in round number 5. The pressure now starting to mount up. So you can see FX trying to defend this Mantle Brick as best they can. Trying to cover all the possible angles, but there's just so much heat coming through here. As you can see, BTH also getting up in the boxes, looking for the angle. And Lord Jaco could get this one locked in. This could be BTH now coming up for the steal.
Good move. They've got a full team of 3, and they're able to push all the way up to these boxes because FX have closed around this decoding station. They have to be able to look at it, and unfortunately, they're getting shot in the back. A miscomm. Unfortunately, can't get both somehow. Uemura is able to stay alive. FX still have a position with 20 seconds left. MW are too slow. They've taken down one member of FX, gotten the cleanup, but BTH go down. They're all wiped. Smile comes in and cleans them up. FX gone, though. A full wipe on FX means a pause timer. Smile from Team Nadeshot, the hero, still a chance as a solo to win this whole competition now, but he is the hero here to keep the game going. FX should have gotten that brick, but just a tiny angle from Team Nadeshot to pick up the last remaining member of FX. Pause the timer. No one in control of the brick, and whoever retakes it, DK, is going to reset it to 3 minutes. 2.5.
Ooh. Oh, man. Team Nadeshot, they tried to pull off a quick, sneaky revive there, but unfortunately, they were just absolutely flushed by Team Liquid. And now, it's between Team Liquid and, of course, the side there of MW to see which one is going to be the team to walk away with Mantle Brick here on round number 5. A lot of pressure still riding on either of these shoulders here, but only one team can make it out to the finish. Beautiful utility coming through, and there's going to be a full set now from MW right out the door.
Rabbits was able to find Mendo. Team Liquid in a 2v3. MW getting extremely aggressive. They have the decoding station. They started that decode, and they're now in a true 3v3 as Mendo gets picked back up by himself, I believe, on Tempest. This is it. A 3v3 for the brick. It will not be the end of the game. Neither of these teams have a brick yet, but it will put them in a position to be able to play for the win in the next round. We are assuredly going to game 6 no matter what. Question is, who will be in the top half of the leaderboard and who will remain on the bottom half? Or if it's anything like the EMEA, there's a chance that nobody gets it. Unlikely, but possible.
Don't even start with that, but let's see what Team Liquid is going to look to bring to the table here. I mean, I like the position coming through there from Boy as they do gather some decent information, but is it going to be enough for them to make the play here? There's only a few seconds left on the clock as we are about to hit 45 on that clock now. This is going to be go time, and a quick strategic smoke coming through there. As Team Liquid now just gets ready for the push, for the play, and so far picking up something along the way.
Yeah, Loud slightly out of position and punished for it. It's the 3v2, but MW have 28 seconds, and they're just praying that Team Liquid will be a little bit too slow to play for this. We know that they won't. They're going to get here in time. The question is, will they be alive? Hotzik goes down. That's one. Where's the second? Barrel stuffing. Mendo making a huge play right now, and down goes MW. Team Liquid win the fight. Don't even lose Hotzik. Able to pick him up before he goes to yellow. Team Liquid will get the brick and wipe the lobby. They will join the ranks of Leviathan and Team Nadeshot at the top of the leaderboard with the Mantle Brick. Those will be the top 3 teams. But I have a feeling Team Liquid will figure out that they're the last team in this lobby. And if they can quickly loot fast enough, they might be able to stuff those safe boxes with enough loot to get out of this map positive with a brick and potentially be at the top of the leaderboard, outscoring in total points Leviathan with the amount of kills they were able to find on this map, where Leviathan struggled.
Yeah, I mean, this could be a phenomenal setup for them right here. So the pressure is going to be on. I think they're slowly coming to the realization that they are the only team left here. I mean, I'm not quite sure if they're even going to potentially try and get an extraction going here. I'm not sure if there is going to be enough time left on the clock, especially not looking at where they are currently situated. I don't think it's going to be all too easy to pull off. But, I mean, at the end of the day, right, that 3x3 is going to be the saving grace. That will definitely help capitalize on as much value as they can here.
Yeah, I mean, a couple things to note. The players, you saw them checking the boxes before looting them. They're checking to see who they were. Once you see that, oh, there's this team dead, this team's dead, this team's dead. Wait, we are last. This is everybody. And then they can go back for the loot. This is where they can start putting those safe boxes up to maximum capacity. Like you mentioned, no, they won't be able to get out. If they truly believed that they were the last team in the lobby and they were 100% sure of that, they could have started this to code and maybe sent for the levers, but that's just too risky. There's no way you're going for that. So instead, they're going to go for dog tags. We're moving into the territory where dog tags are now 150k a piece. One slot items, great to find. If you can fit them into the safe box, that's awesome. You could see at least one player, or should see one player go out of test workshop as well. So they should extract with at least one, and otherwise it's all about safe boxes.
Pretty high stakes play here, and still 3 minutes left on the clock, and there's a lot of opportunity here now for them to try and just gobble up as much goop as they can find here. And it's going to be a frantic search session here, as you can see. Team Liquid trying everything they can, looking to fill those boxes up all the way to the brim. And I mean, you pointed out, right, if they get enough of that, they are going to be able to potentially knock on the door here of Leviathan to see whether or not they can overtake that pole position. But that means come round 6, they're going to have to play a near perfect Space City.
And throwing the recon arrow just to be safe here from Mr. Mendo. And as he runs, he's feeling more and more certain he is last on the map. As expected, going to send one player out via test workshop. That's going to be Mendo. Just good news, he'll be able to keep his gold gear moving into the next round. Should see him stay kitted in gold moving into round 6. Otherwise, these guys are just checking every safe box they can. Maximize value. Most likely going to keep mostly ammo. Those gold stacks are quite expensive, but if you can find anything worth your time, might as well change out whatever stacks you have for something nice and juicy. But there's the extract from Mendo. A fantastic map for Team Liquid to be able to pick up the brick. This is the first time that strategy has worked, though, today. Of wait for everybody else to trade hands, steal the brick, get chaotic. And we come in and clean up the mess. It worked this time. I'm not sure it'll work again. It won't work every time, but when it does work, it is an extremely valuable map because of this very reason. Loot up and do whatever you want.
Well, strategy is going to be paying off come end of the day here for them. And it's going to help set them up moving into the next round, right? It is going to put them on a little bit of an easy pacing here, but yeah, still going to make sure that they can find as much as possible. Just under a minute remaining as the ticket continues to make its way out of here. At least managing to take one player out to ensure that there's a little bit of value going their way. So good strategy coming through from the side here of Team Liquid. I mean, boy, just admiring the absolute beauty of the floor there, right? Those tire marks just so magnificent to stare at.
I do want to give a huge shout out to Leviathan. I do know that they kind of got slammed this map. You got to remember, though, Leviathan's the only reason that we even had a game. MW got the brick, started the decode. No one showed up until Leviathan did. There in the final second, they were able to steal it. There was 1 second left when they finished the steal. Maybe 2. And what's so interesting, too, with the new changes is that nobody gets a notification if it's one of the teams that could close out the tournament right there. There's no match point notification anymore if you're the one that puts the brick into the decoding station. So, my goodness, there's a lot of trust in your opponents to be able to make some plays. Leviathan keeps the game going, and Team Liquid reap the rewards for it. Moving into Game 6, we have half the lobby with the mantle brick, half without. Half the teams can close it out in 6 games, and half the teams praying that we go to 7. feel like it always goes this way, but Team Liquid will absolutely be the best team. They pick up 2 full team wipes, 6 kills, man, Brick, 5.1 mil in total assets gained because they got Mindo out, plus those safe boxes. My goodness, that is a heck of a game from Team Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely did quite a bit of work here, all the way back to 1991. It feels like just the other day, but, you know, 5.1 mil is going to sit quite comfortable alongside them here. And, I mean, what a good run. But now it is all going to be work, work, work as we step onto the next graphic here. As you can see, those eliminations, though, coming in pretty hot. Nadeshot, Fluxo picking up 4 either side. LEVIATAN and, of course, BTH capitalizing on 2, and MW finding themselves that first or only 1 elimination. Team Liquid, though, going to be the rising star here with 6 kills to their name. Mendo still managing to get that extraction going, and a really good run for them. And of course, no surprise to see Mendo also then being our top killer here with 3 kills next to his name. But of course, looking at Fluxo, also bringing in 3 there as well.
Yeah, you got to remember FX, they had some really nice plays from the backside of the map. They had control over the brick in a really strong way over ramp, and they found a ton of kills, basically flanking the rest of the teams from the south side coming up ramp and then getting control of ramp. I thought FX was going to get the brick, but based on the way BTH was able to just full tilt, full send at the same time that Team Liquid was swinging around the other direction and the last remaining members of Team Nadeshot were there, it was a fun kind of final finish as they were all fighting for that mana brick. But Mendo still finding himself at the top of many of these leaderboards with Hodsik helping him out, as Team Liquid were the top slayers on the map as a team. And as the only player that's getting out of the map, makes a ton of sense to me. Mendo picks up the most assets, extracting with 2.6 million. Great job from him. Great job from Team Liquid. We're going to Game 6. Does it close out here, or do we go to 7 again? Woo, our MVP is Mendo. He's showcasing why the fans love him, man. A lot of folks came into the stream today. We're cheering on Mendo and Team Liquid, and they're right where you expected them, near the top of the leaderboard here, DK. 3 kills, 2.6 mil, plenty of damage, some assists. He's doing it all.
Yeah, rightly so. And of course, yeah, going out to Mendo for that performance. But now it's going to be the big kicker. The big question that we will have to have answered here is, what will round 6 hold for us? Because the first 5... it was a whole mixed bag of surprises.
That is right. The mixed bag of surprises is not playing out the way we thought it would. There's some aggression. There's some slow play. There's a lot of everything. And I like the chaos, folks. You saw it right there. Make sure you go follow Delta Force on all major socials and go play the game, man. We got to download the game and get onto it. It is free to play. It is so much fun, but our competitive format is a ton of fun to watch as well. We're going to take a very short break here in the booth. While we do, check out the brand new Delta Force Rise Series website. You can find it in the Twitch panels down below. You can check out all the standings, the schedule, and everything you need to know about what's going on here. When we come back, half the teams can close out in 6 and half the teams praying for 7 games. We'll see which it is in just a moment.
Members, now the odds are in their favor, 2v1.
Everything getting spammed away, and NT getting a little... So hang on a second, NL! Look at that! It's an absolute swing!
This... and Illich's got him, though. They're here. Lines them up, even through the shot. You're nuts! The last remaining 3 BOB, they find 2 instant knocks. The Helm's gonna be hopping off that.
I'll get you out of here.
For some, success is measured by bodies in bags. Maybe that suits them. But to me, it's measured in hearts that keep beating. You with me?
Got the mantle bricks. Find it. Stop them. Mantle bricks decoded. Nice work, operator.
The time to strike is now. Do not let me down, operator.
Decoding has begun. Defend the area.
Is about to take the first hit to break up the tournament. And they're going to do it.
What goes around comes around.
Not gonna do very much though. You get barrel stuff. Skydie is getting aggressive.
See what I did there? You ain't seen nothing yet.
Let's knock them off their feet.
There we go. There it is.
Welcome back, Delta Force Rise Series Day 2, Week 1 Americas, and we just wrapped up Game 5, going to 6 games at least. Team Liquid find their first mantle brick, and they find their way near the top of the leaderboard. I don't know if they made it all the way to the top, but it's going to be dang close. Let's see. Ooh, just barely missing out in second place currently, DK. LEVIATAN holding on to the top place position because they've got 19 kills.
Hey, it's looking great. It is looking great. LEVIATAN definitely doing some hard work here. But yeah, you got to give it up to Team Liquid. They just crammed it all in that past round. So it's all going to rely on what comes through on round number 6, right? Who is going to be the GOAT here? Is it going to be Leviathan? Is it going to be the side of Team Liquid? Or could it maybe be Team Nadeshot to step up and steal this one away? But it also could be Fluxo, BTH, or MW to get their hands on that mantle brick. So there is so much uncertainty going into this play. And it's all going to come down to who is going to be that lone survivor.
Well, folks, it's a coin flip to see if the game is done here. 50% chance with 3 teams on brick, 3 teams not. But let's talk operators. This is my favorite part of the show because we're on to map 6, which means we are the most limited operators yet. Everything resets for game 7. And again, I shouted this out before, and I want to give a huge shout out to Team Nadeshot. I like this play here, not taking Tempest in the last round. They were counting on somebody else to get the brick, take us to game 6, and now they have the best chance to double brick. They got their brick in Brakkesh, and now they're here in Space City, moving into game 6 as the only team with a Tempest. That is by far and away the biggest advantage they've had this entire tournament. Let's see what they can do with it, DK.
I mean, this could be a big play indeed coming through for them, and especially looking at the fact that they have a potential T1 spawn coming their way. So, there could be a lot of pressure and surprises coming through here. And I mean, this could be the play of that Tempest angle, right? I mean, looking at the loadouts that we could be having here, we did see quite a few teams already locking in those golds. So I'm not quite sure what the spread is going to be. And you have to be very careful and decisive as to how you approach this one. Because as you said it, right, it's a 50-50 coin toss. There we go. As it could be one of the Mantle Brick teams to get it, or it could be one of the other half of the lobby to steal the show here. So yeah, so much riding on this round.
All right, quick look at the operator choices on the left, while Leviatan very safely tries to cross this bridge, the pipes, without getting cut down. You gotta be very timid crossing those pipes. If you just full send, full tilt, there's been oftentimes where teams are getting full wiped on those pipes if you're not careful. So you gotta smoke and run. Teams are used to it at this point. Same thing happening at Westgate. Just making sure everybody makes it out alive. But here's a look at the loot, and this is what I wanted to shout out. One, from Team Liquid, you see Mendo bringing in the gold that he was able to save in the last round. Team Liquid already used their gold, so Mendo will be the only one with it. But he's going to be dropping a gold helmet for probably Boy, and then Hot Six being dropped armor just because Mendo has a ton of cash. That's why it looks like he's coming in with nothing. They'll be dropping that off rip, off spawn. He's already got that in his inventory. But FX have a few golds of their own still in their stash that they're popping out as well. So they've got a nice advantage in some of these fights, having a little bit more life to play with.
Yep. That is definitely an option here for them. And of course, now that Team Liquid has had the go at the Mantle Break in the previous round, they would try to push us straight through it, but Mendo getting absolutely denied.
Oh, we almost, Socio Legend almost got 2 there. Hotsick is lucky he didn't go down. A couple missed shots that should have been well placed on the headshot on Hotsick as he's peeking. Team Liquid trying to stay alive. Here the Allure rocket coming in, maybe to help clean this up, but won't land in time. It's gonna be able to at least pick up their teammate and also keep them from going yellow timer. That is really important for late game in this map. Making sure that Mendo, if he goes aggressive and gets cut down, they still have a chance to res him later in the game.
A lot of opportunities still at hand. Somebody's got to deal with Socio up on the top there, and I mean, he is making it very difficult for Team Liquid to get a good angle, but there we go. Boy is going to drive that one home. In fact, no, that was Mendo getting the play over onto Socio. So a good trade-up coming through there. But what are they going to do now that they've taken down a little bit of that pressure, right? It does seem like Team Liquid are going to try and get this party underway as they move up to the Mantle Brick. And now it is all down to the decode station.
I could talk for a while about that play and why it works so well. The main thing, though, is that Team Liquid just perfectly timed double peeking from opposite sides of the truck. There was no way Socio was going to take down both of them unless he had the aim of a god, which he did not. So because of that, Team Liquid was able to not only relieve the pressure, but relieve enough pressure to get the brick. Nobody has a Tempest. Oh, Mendo, there's an opening there. Oh, man. That is brutal. They almost got away with murder, and Mendo's going to get cleaned up. There's the yellow timer for Mendo. It was almost perfect. It almost went well. Mindo thought he was safe, and there was just a sliver of an angle of a bullet to sneak through. That is such a bummer, but Team Liquid do start the brick. Gotta remember, nobody has a Tempest, so the fact that Team Liquid was even able to get the brick there without being contested was so nice, but not quite able to get away with murder. Got punished for their play.
There's only one team with a Tempest here, and that is going to be Team Nadeshot, right? They're the only team to roll up with the Tempest all the way in round number 6. So if any team has a good chance of stealing that Mandel brick, it could be them, right? This could be the ticket here for Nadeshot to lock it in, especially looking at the fact that Team Liquid has been brought down to a 2-piece. It is going to hamper their approach just ever so slightly. But again, interesting decision as to where they look to start this decode. And the first steal is going to come through as Leviathan is going to be stepping up to the plate and just quickly getting out of that room.
Coding station indoors this time, folks. Little CQB to potentially wrap up the Americas region here in day 2. Or push us to the next round. Leviathan able to quickly steal, like DK mentioned, and now FX with Saniva looking to make a play. Might as well run a Saniva at this point. Game 6, time to get a little weird. It's actually going to be really nice with him. Lord Jocko goes down. It's going to allow FX to push up behind Fernandez, who can put that shield up. If FX make it all the way to the brick to coding station, Saniva's going to go crazy in that corridor.
That would be an insane play. About to hit us here, but there we go. Lord Jago is going to be confirmed up. Out he goes. BTH now left with the 2-piece here. So it is going to be up to...
Good trade.
Yeah. Good angles being held here by Toot as well. But again, getting spotted as he starts to push across the way here.
Good patience from BTH to be able to get a trade there. Just holding these angles. They knew FX were going to push because they felt like they had player advantage, which they did, and they had a Saniva operator on the rotation, so they felt extremely safe. Not the case. Fernandez will be picked back up, though. Again, this fight doesn't truly matter all that much, frankly, but there's nothing happening on the brick as of current, or we'd be showing it. Leviathan is alone in Black Chamber right now. Team Nadeshot might be rotating in here shortly, so we should be swapping over there in just a moment. But this is the only fight that's happening as of current. MW, Team Nadeshot, and Leviathan are now all inside of Black Chamber, and Team Nadeshot are able to sneak in. Leviathan not checking this angle, able to go in, grab the steal indoors. This is the efficacy of what Tempest is able to offer. Nice ult there from Slep to put it back into their control. Should see Leviathan maybe just immediately stick this again, but they're not going to be that aggressive. They should have heard the Tempest ult and probably could have jumped it, but MW are in the area. They want to be safe.
Well, I'd be very surprised if Team Nadeshot lets this one slip through their fingers, but a good angle being held here by Dude. Just trying to wrap around, gets the angle over onto FX, picks up the first one. Is it going to be able to find more? No, not yet. He quickly just falls back into safety. But this is the kind of basing here for BTH now to start that rampage and apply the pressure. Oh, but unfortunately, there are going to be a man down potentially too.
Really good wrap from BTH. Oh, he's going to get paid there if he was just a bit more patient. They didn't know he was on this angle, and now he's alone. Toot's going to have to be a hero in a 1v2. He knows exactly, or should know exactly where the weak player is, but Fernandez doing a great job of holding the cross. That is another mistake for BTH. They've been playing so well today. They've been playing aggressive, solid team plays, but this is certainly a mistake. As Uhimura on the bow is able to clean up Ka. Toot's going to have to back way off and think about this fight from another angle. If you're wondering why we're not showing the decoding station, it's because there's literally nothing happening. Leviathan's just sitting in Black Chamber, waiting on somebody to go for a steal again. Team Nadeshot sitting outside, waiting to use that Tempest ult again to get the steal. And MW sitting inside Black Chamber, not moving. There's nothing else to watch, and so we're just going to watch this fight over and over again. Fernandez gets fooled this time onto yellow. It's going to be a 1v1 against Toot and Ohimura, and I don't know that this matters all that much, but hey, we'll keep watching the fight until something happens over at the brick.
Does seem like Team Nadeshot might be stepping up slowly but surely. Not gonna risk too much just yet, but we do see a few potential angles being held. There we go. Slipped, quickly sneaking in and gets hit.
Yeah, he was in the middle of the steal, and this time they heard him. Widows was able to turn the corner in time. That Tempest ult is now on cooldown, and there's only 26 seconds. It's going to have to be MW making the play. They have to get extremely aggressive. Team Nadeshot's not going to get there in time. MW need to get inside. It's 20 seconds. Make the play, gentlemen. He's on the decoding station. Can he get the steal amidst the chaos? Here comes Team Liquid coming in the backside of LEVIATAN. LEVIATAN's able to strike back though and get a few trades on Team Liquid. 6 seconds on the clock. LEVIATAN Widows has to stay alive. It's the only thing keeping them at bay, but MW amidst the chaos able to get the steal. Here comes Team Nadeshot to join the party, and they're able to take down Pildora, but MW have reset the clock. Holy moly. We still got a game, but only barely.
Some crazy exchanges coming through across the board here, and of course it is far from being over. It could still change hands multiple times, but FX is going to be our first team now getting taken out after a short little while here. We did see Leviathan, of course, being the first team overall, but now Team Nadeshot, they have that decoding station under control. All they gotta do is try and clear out all these angles, but again, right, it is such a challenging position to be in, especially now looking at the fact that how contentious this decoding station is gonna be for the time being.
Check out Mendo finding Loud. MW down to a duo, and Team Nadeshot in complete control of the brick as of current, especially with MW down a member. Team Nadeshot in a really good position to potentially win this. LEVIATAN was doing a lot of the dirty work early, getting the brick to the decoding station, taking it away from Team Liquid, but they're actually, like you mentioned, one of the teams that are full wiped. So it's just down to Team Liquid or Team Nadeshot to win it right here. Otherwise, we're going to Game 7. Team Nadeshot, 30 seconds on the clock, and here comes the chaos. Smile still stays shooting. Rapid's able to take down one member of this Team Liquid squad as well. Liquid deeply in trouble in Team Nadeshot. They've only lost one, and there's 20 seconds on the clock. Team Nadeshot need to look at the brick right now, and they're going to do that on the behest of the Tempest ult. There's an opportunity for Team Nadeshot with Slep to hold the line here. 10 seconds. It's got to be Hodsick. If it's not Hodsick, it's nobody. Here comes the move from Hodsick, and Slep's thinking twice of it. Hold the brick 1 second. Are they going to get it? Team Nadeshot win day 2. It was chaos, but they survive. And the Tempest efficacy once again strikes us in the face. They're the only team that had the Tempest, and the Tempest is the only reason that they get the brick. What a wild map 6, which will be our last. But there's still a lot to play for, DK.
Yeah. Still going to be those points up for grabs here, so there is going to be quite a bit of pressure now, but especially looking over towards the players here from Team Liquid, right? Yes, they are down to a solo. There is a potential opportunity for them to maybe still make a bit of an angle, a bit of a play happen here, but it is going to be a very slim opportunity, and in a perfect world, they could secure themselves those 2 extra points, or maybe even 3 points to catch up to Leviathan. And that could maybe help them secure second place, right? Because as we know, they were pretty close with regards to the total amount of kills they had in the bag. So we'll see how this one is going to play out. Meanwhile, it is going to be pretty tough for MW to make any significant moves remaining in this game, right? They're going to have to try and potentially maybe, I don't know, extract or just lay or mow down rather the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, there's still a lot to play for here, ladies and gentlemen. Team Nadeshot get first. They get double brick. It's 10 points. End of the day, they reap the most rewards. They're going to be tied with Spacestation Gaming at the top of the leaderboard after the first 2 days. There's still a lot to play for. Second place could still go to LEVIATAN. Team Liquid still have a player left on the map. If they're able to stay alive, if they're able to extract, if they're able to get a couple more kills, they could pass LEVIATAN and pick up a couple more group stage points. Second or third matters a ton. 4th, 5th, and 6th also matters. If BTH are able to regain here, if MW are able to wipe the map, maybe they could jump up. 6th place gets nothing. Everybody else gets a little bit of something. Can't get last. MW need to pop off here if they want a chance to get any points.
Let's see whether or not NW is going to look to do any kind of popping. Doesn't seem to be the case just yet. Playing a rather cautious position here. But there's so much riding on the line here for them, right? They can't really afford to just kind of avoid all these altercations. And we're not going to be seeing anybody going for that extract. Instead, it is going to be MW pulling the lever.
Yeah.
Is it going to be enough for them to save the day here, as they need to now just steal all the group that they can find and get a successful extraction if they want to stand any chance of catching up to BTH?
Hodzic has to get these kills. Look at the leaderboard right now. Leviathan is up out of this lobby, but up on TL. Hodzic needs a couple kills here to hopefully pass Leviathan at the end of game 6. There's a lot of points that Hodzic could be able to pick up. MW's doing the right... Oh, no. Just horrific timing. Hodzic goes down. Team Liquid will most likely get third. We'll double check that, of course, after the game's over. But my goodness, that is a bummer for Hodzic. Terrible timing, unfortunately, for him. Means he's out of the lobby. And we'll see how the scores are finalized. But what this does mean, MW is doing the right things here, DK. They were able to start the extract. For MW to not get last, they needed to full extract with all 3 players up, and then kill everybody, loot their bodies, and then extract. So step 1 was pull the levers. We got time to get out of the lobby. Step 2, go kill people.
Easy. Right? Almost as easy as pulling the lever, right? So those two things are very, very similar in the level of ease that it is to accomplish it. Not really, but I mean, MW, they might look to surprise us here, as it is going to be BTH now looking to get a bit of a play going here as they push forward on towards the players from Team Nadeshot. And now it's just points up for grabs. It is going to be kills, kills, kills. But of course, as we know, each of these kills is worth money. So there is some value in what they are doing here, right? Aside from the fact that they are trying to fill their bags with as much as they can and still potentially focus on getting that extraction. But MW right here above players coming through from Team Nadeshot. So there could be an interesting play still at hand.
Reminder, every kill is $50, just raw cash. So even if you're Team Nadeshot, you're looking for these kills 100%. BTH get full wipe, though. They can't win the engagement. MW, they're doing what they need to do. You see that score creeping really aggressively. Team Nadeshot, they've won the competition, but MW, a team just desperately trying not to get last, and they could do more than that. MW is taking all the right steps to potentially get 4th place here. They could even leapfrog FX. They went from 15 points now to 22 because of those 3 kills and the loot that they're getting right now, and they will extract if Team Nadeshot doesn't stop them. Team Nadeshot has a chance to do the funniest thing. It's to get a little extra cash and take a team out like MW, not allow them to get any extra points.
It's going to be a tough one, though. But, I mean, I just want to point out the fact that MW started off this round with 11 points. They are currently on 23. So far, they've been able to farm themselves a decent chunk of change here, getting 11 points secured so far in this round, but it's not guaranteed just yet, right? They have to get a successful extraction if they want to have it count for anything at this point. And you can see them just trying to lock down that extraction point, right? Playing for a little bit of aggression, trying to maybe pick up a trade here or there. But they're going to have to be super, super careful, especially now with Smile still moving about, especially coming through with that Luna.
Smile wants some extra money, man. These guys have worked through a lot of adversity to be here, and now they're topping the leaderboards in group stages, and we're winning the 1v1s. Rapid going down could spell disaster for Mad Win fans, as one of your players doesn't extract. If he gets a full here, 2 of your players won't extract. Woo! He was not able to get out of the lobby, but because they lost 1, I don't know if Mad Win did enough. It was extremely close. Team Nadeshot not only won the map, not only got the brick, but they might have played spoiler to Mad Win getting any points. Congratulations to Chris. Smile slept. Fans at home might be sleeping on Team Nadeshot. The competition may talk trash here and there. That's what they do. But Team Nadeshot stand tall amidst the adversity, and they are 1st place after day 2 here in week 1 in the Americas region. Well done from the gentlemen to stay calm, cool, and collected. A great play strategically as well from their coach or their IGL to say we're saving Tempest for round 6. No matter what, we're having a huge advantage, and it pays off. What a call, what a play. A big win to kick off Delta Force Rise series.
Yep, I mean, absolutely exciting stuff happening across the board here, but as we know, there can only be one top team come end of the round, and it is none other than the side of Team Nadeshot. And I think Crispa has a very fitting smile on his face right there, right? I mean, they're like, you know what? We did it. We got that second brick. We got it secured. We picked up 3 operator kills as well, and also bagged up 1,300 damage. Absolute insanity erupting all over this round. And I mean, that's what we're here for, right? We want to see these teams really trying to push themselves as hard as they can. But again, take a look at the points.
Yeah, I mean, these points really tell a full story of what happened on the map. Mad win. We're able to get 2 out of the map. They get 6 kills. They were doing everything they could to just not get last, because those extra points here could be the difference maker and you making finals or not later as we get deeper into the group stage. But the rest of the points, it was all about playing for the Mad Brick. Everybody was playing for the brick. Everybody wanted to win it all. And Team Nadeshot was able to do just that. Pildora from Mad Win does pick up 3 kills, tying Toot with 3 as well. BTH and FX, remember, they were fighting for a millennia off screen, basically way far away from the Mantle Brick. And that fight yielded a ton of value for BTH. Should keep them in a pretty decent position on the leaderboard. But Smile puts up the most damage, playing really aggressive. Doing a great job for this team, man. Really well done. Hazik does pick up the most assists for Team Liquid. They had a chance. Unfortunately, fell just a hair too early. Couldn't jump the brick in time to make a big play. But Hazik doing a great job on the assists. Socio Legend from Leviathan picking up a few, as well as FX. Fernandez on that Saniva operator picking up a couple assists. But Loud and Pildora, of course, get out of the map and therefore walk away with the most assets. So a good job trying to get some value, but I just don't think it was enough.
Yeah, I think it's going to be close, but not close enough indeed. And so, yeah, there's a lot riding on the plays in those final scores to see exactly where our teams ended up. But first things first, is going to be our MVP, none other than Pildora, coming through with those 3 operator kills and a decent bit of bank to go with that. 1.8 million, fooling just shy of turning that into an additional point, but still managing to pack in quite a bit of damage, right? 463 is nothing to scoff at here. So yeah, curious to see what that final result is going to be. The teams, though, I can say they worked really hard today, right? It was a bit weird for a majority of the day, but I'm very happy to see coming into round number 6 that the teams prioritized that Mandel brick and just absolutely tried to get as much of it as they could.
Yeah, it was funny. I agree with that sentiment going into the last round or two. In the early games in this match, nobody was playing for the brick, right? It was the teams that picked up the brick and then immediately planted them. Nobody touched them. They were all fighting each other, and kills do matter. And you're making $50 per kill. That's nice to have. But Mana Bricks earn you those group stage points. Mana Bricks will get you to the finals. Mana Bricks will get you some wins in the group stages, and that's exactly what we're prioritized today. So big congratulations yet again for getting a big win here in day 2, but their first day here in week 1 of the Americas region. They're going to be starting out on top with Spacestation Gaming tied in 10-point tally after day 1. Congrats to them. We'll see the rest of the placements here in just a moment, but we do have an interview cooking up for you with Team Nadeshot. Should have Crisp on the horn here in just a second. DK, I'm really excited to talk to Team Nadeshot and hear a little bit more about their strategy. And my GOAT, how the heck does it feel to win day 1, man? That's got to feel good.
Man, day 1 win, that's just a mental boost, you know? Well, I'd say for myself, I felt like I didn't play like the best I could play, so we'll definitely come back stronger. We'll work out our kinks, and we'll show a different beast later.
Well, I mean, you definitely showed quite a bit of a beast, especially looking back at what you did over on Brakkesh, right? Getting your hands on that almost free decode, right? Nobody even dared to step up and challenge anything. Now, were you banking on that happening, or was it just a coincidence that, you know, you happened to get your hands on that Mantle Brick first?
To be fair, like, we've scrimmed against some of these teams, and some of them, I won't say who, but some of them do not like to play for brick. Like, they do like to play for kills, so part of us was expecting not to get contested, and the way we got the break, we never really tried that strat before, so it was kind of surprising that it worked. We just talked about it and we just did it.
Yeah, I like the play a lot, to be frank. Full sending, taking down TL, getting the brick, that set you up for success. Once you had that brick early, who made the call to save the Tempest on round 5, to save it for round 6? Who made that call, and what was the reason? It obviously paid off having Tempest on round 6.
That was Smile. We actually had like the conversation was like, I think 2 of us wanted to use thought we should use Tempest round 5, but Smile was like very persistent that we should keep Tempest round 6. So like props to Smile for making that call, keeping Tempest round 6. Why he wanted to do that, I'm not sure, but maybe next time you can ask him.
It worked out.
Yeah, it definitely worked out quite well. Now, speaking about it working out, right? I'm curious. Tight prison and zip lines. Right, something happened over there. Should I ask the question or should we just skip over that one?
If you, I mean, you can ask. I don't have the answer. My answer would probably be we should not have done that. But that's probably gonna be in a lot of clips now. So you know, at least it's fun to watch.
It could have been, yeah, it could have been a cool play. It just ended up not being a cool play. Listen, we skip all of that though. You guys win the whole competition, man. Congratulations again, Floor. You're humble. You guys have been grinding for this. I know you've been working for it. You were the first team to qualify for the Delta Force Rise series, and you're here starting out on top. Anything you want to say to the fans? Talk to Nadeshot. You can talk to haters. What do you want to say? The floor is yours.
To the fans, everyone who's been supporting us, our coach, like all the devoted fans, thank you. Thank you for always being there, because we've also gotten a lot of, like, I guess, hate, but equally also amount of love. So I appreciate all the love, and to all the hate, thank you for the engagement, I guess. But yeah, thank you to everybody who supports us.
We'll take the light. Congratulations. There's no debate. That was a fantastic interview yet again with my man Chris. Team Nadeshot, they're humble and they got their win, man. First team to qualify for the Rise series, and they're the first team on top as well in this group. So I'm proud of the guys, man. They got a lot more to prove still, and they know they made some mistakes, but it worked out today. Team Nadeshot, best team today. Let's see where everybody else landed. Unfortunately, DK Hodzik did not do enough to take down LEVIATAN, who fell very early in the last round. So LEVIATAN will walk out with points in this round. 28 total squad points will keep them above Team Liquid.
Yeah, that is just going to keep them just dangling that carrot in front of them. So just to see what they're going to be bringing in the next time we see them step on forward here. But yeah, a strong push also coming through then from the side of MW, right? Getting so close, but you got to give respect to them because, as I said, right, they started off that round with 11 points and they ended on 21. Absolutely phenomenal push.
Yeah, it was a good push. They almost did enough to get some points, but unfortunately, they've got a lot more work to do. And of course, we do want to talk about our match MVP just in raw stats. Socio Legend is just truly that guy. 11 kills, counts for 11 points and 8.8 mil. He had 15 points in raw converted points between supply points and kills, let alone the plus the assets he gained. This so many points for his team. Truly an astronomical number. A well-earned match MVP, even though his team did not win the match. Getting second place and getting a brick does mean they're going to be in a really good spot going into the next week. Here's a look at the overall player rankings. Our top slayers throughout the course of the last 2 days. It does look like Equal Plays is still at the top. Killzall's there as well, but should see Socio Legend. Yeah, you see him in second place overall. Equal Plays in fourth overall, with Meg from yesterday on that bow. Megalith at third overall with 10 kills. It's actually Tomiyasu at 12 individual kill leader after the first 2 days of competition, which is pretty crazy to see. But DK, walk me through this leaderboard.
Yeah, as we can see it, there are a few things happening on the board. Here it is going to be the players from Team Nadeshot now joining SSG with this glorious 10 pointers coming their way. Leviathan, of course, is going to be sat all the way in that fourth place, also with 7 points on board. So we are looking at a few ties, right? Actually, a lot of ties. Everything is tied, right? We've got a whole bunch of 10s, 7s, 5s, 2s, and 1s. But yeah, the pressure cooker comes through for the two teams sat in 11th and 12th place, right? Coming into the next few days, they're going to have to pack that if they want to climb out of that. Unfortunately, though, for MW, we are going to be looking at them on our next day of play, as they will have the opportunity to try and improve their overall point situation. So it's going to be of the utmost importance to try and capitalize on that. But again, looking at the kills though, it's funny to notice that the teams in 3rd and 4th place are sitting there with 21 kills each.
No, a lot of people at home are very good at reading. So you can see that the teams that have the most kills are near the top of the leaderboard. The was Team Nadeshot. If you can play for Mandelbricks, you can play for the win. Really well done today, and we've got one more day on tomorrow, folks. Same time, same place. You're going to be seeing Group A versus Group C. We're going to see some repeat teams finally. Now that we've seen everybody play, let's shake them up, Bobby, and see who rolls out on top. July 12th, tomorrow. It's going to be same time for both EMEA region in the morning if you're over here in the Americas region, and then in the evening for the Americas region as well. Same place, same time, DK. I'm sure we'll be seeing you tomorrow as well, probably. Any final words here for the broadcast?
No, I just wanted to point out something that I noticed that was quite interesting, right? Leviathan, that insane amount of kills they got, right? They did that in 3 games. Right, pretty much essentially 3 games, because all the space stations, they went out super early on. So I think they're going to be a team to watch. But yeah, really looking forward to seeing what our groups are going to be bringing to the battlefield tomorrow, so be sure not to miss out on any of the action.
It's going to be a lot of fun. We're now starting to see some of the highlight level players stand out amongst the rest, but they still have an opportunity to keep proving themselves in week 1 with one more day of competition, folks. 4 weeks of competition in group stages, and we're almost done with the first. And then week 5 will be the finals, but that is all we have for reminders. 1, drop a follow on all major socials with Delta Force. They're always everything Delta Force Rise series, especially with account. They have their own dedicated eSports X account, as well as on YouTube, TikTok, streaming live over there, as well as our main accounts here if you're watching on our main Twitch account. So drop a follow everywhere you can get your hands on it, as well as go check out the brand new website. If you're on the main Twitch, scroll down in the panel, the Americas region or the EMEA region, to learn more about the Delta Force Rise series. So enough is that we couldn't do it without the viewers. So thanks for tuning in. See you tomorrow, same place, same time, for more Delta Force Rise series.
Members, now the odds are in their favor, 2v1.
Everything getting spammed away, and NT getting a little... So hang on a second, NL! Look at that! It's an absolute sweep!